Yeah, she wanna purchase from Dubai. You can tell her, okay, how to, yes. 麻烦不能买 yes. Okay, it's my Zara Ash Blonde color. A little bit greenish. Basic cap, open warranty, 21 to 23 inches that friendly. Okay, she has your down fringe. Classical color, got you, Baba. I want the brown highlight. Okay, I will reply to you. I will reply to you how to purchase. Yeah. Thank you, Michelle. Love your heart. Okay. Which is reply to you, Baba. This is from Dubai, bro. Check my comments. Check my comments. Previous comments from Chica Extension USA. Okay. Which is reply to you. Did you see that? Go have a look. Okay. Thank you so much. Milo is on that. Okay, I'm trying to if I have samples here. Okay. It's my ash brown number 19. Ash brown number 19. Okay.
I'm going here.
Eating. I don't know exactly what.
Good morning, everybody. I call to order the regular meeting for the Board of Supervisors for Solterra Sewer Community Development District. Today is August 7th, 10:06 a.m. Take roll call. Members of the board, we have, Ryan Mertz here, Deborah Heim.
Here.
And Karen Winter, all physically present. I believe on the call we have Bobby Boussard.
Present.
Bob, have requested, I read this into the record for attendance. Good morning. Please let my fellow supervisors and the community know that I sincerely regret missing today's board meeting due to a prior commitment. As you know, I don't like to skip these meetings. It's an obligation I take seriously. I hope everything goes well today and the board makes a sound decision that serves the community well in a fiscally responsible manner. Best regards, Supervisor Newman. All right. And then, members of staff, you have Joe Bullins, your general manager, Brian Mendez, your district manager. We have Savannah Hancock, president, legal counsel, Greg Woodcock, your district engineer on the call, president, Meredith Hammer, also legal counsel on the call with us. And then members of the door team and Steadfast. Hello, everybody. Okay, and members of the audience at this time. Gonna open up public comments. You have two members of the public that have written in some requests for communications. First up is Jeff Will for 1011 Oak Bluff Drive. Jeff, good morning.
Morning.
I had a bunch of other stuff I really wanted to talk about here today, but this is the most ridiculous one. Is there anybody from the HOA on this meeting? Apparently. Brian, I'd like you. What's the date on there that I circled?
August 19th, 2024.
Okay, would you like to read that out to these people?
Is that all right? I'm checking with.
It's
Or
actually,
do you want Brian to do it?
Yeah. All right.
You should have better, Brian.
So this is
And the date on there,
a WhatsApp chat?
that's dated what?
Oh, this is Facebook.
Yeah.
Okay, so,
That's on our homeowner's website.
reading it into the record, August 19th, 2024, labeled a Solterra Resort Owners Forum. Verbatim, and I quote, "So here we go again. The grass has not been cut in over a month behind our homes on Oak Bluff Drive in the Springs. This has been an issue for such a long time, and for some reason, this problem can't get resolved. Someone is making the decision to tell these people not to cut this grass. Whoever you are and whoever else you need to talk to need to get this resolved now. This has gone on way too long. We send out violations to people in Springs who do not keep their lawn and landscape trim. I can hardly believe that any of you STR owners would put up with this. If your front and rear yards look like this, so why are we any different? There has to be resolution. Please get this grass cut on a regular basis."
I have an answer.
Okay.
Do you want me to?
So, no, I'm not done.
Okay.
So this has been 2 years since I wrote this, and it was going on prior to that. Now, somebody is telling Laura not to cut that grass. That's plain and simple, because last week there was 3 guys out there cutting it behind those STRs 3 times in 1 week. And that grass is not getting cut 8 feet past that. Somebody's, I don't understand this. We keep bringing this up and bringing this up and bringing this
I
up.
have an answer.
And I'm not done yet, please. This is just the most ridiculous thing that has been going on in this community Besides trying to even get the sidewalk done, we still don't have our pads for our benches that were tore out. What's going on here? This in itself is disgusting. No one else here would want to put up a pad. Why can't we get this resolved? I don't care if it's an HOA and CDD piss and match, but you gotta get your, you know what, together. Like I say, it's been over 2 years. Please, get this taken care of. And I did talk to you about it. I hadn't heard nothing back from you since then.
Okay, so this is what I'm trying to explain. We've had a change in who takes care of that property. You and I and Yellowstone walked that property some time ago, and Yellowstone took care of it
Yeah.
at that time. We now have had a transition to a
Right.
different team, and there are a lot of moving parts, a lot of things
Yeah.
that they're handling. So I did walk not your property or not back there because it was before you told me that, hey, this isn't being taken care of again. But I did walk the property up towards the front and some of the other CDD property with Angel prior to you informing me of that. And then we had a meeting with Sunscape and Angel and the whole team from Dora. But there wasn't enough time to actually take anybody back there to see your property from Dora, to have eyes on it, to understand where we're talking about and what it is.
You were never back there? I see you back there.
But he doesn't know.
I live right over there. I've seen you.
No, he does not know that that is a place of concern until, because I'm the one who knows what you're looking for. So I have to go back there with him. I have not had the opportunity to meet with,
This has been going on when Dora was put on. We came back and asked, hey,
but I did not know.
I either gotta call Joel, I gotta call the CDD.
But I did not know.
Is this behind
When you, when you.
Yeah, it's behind Oak Bluff Drive and Oak Moss Loop.
Okay, behind.
And it's a section that, for, I don't know how they figure it out, but they just go right where they have to, and that's it.
Brian, can you pull up Google Maps on your computer? real
Sure,
quick?
yeah.
Just so we can see exactly
Yeah.
this
Oh,
section.
Yeah.
Oak Bluff Drive and
Oak Moss Loop.
Oak
and
Moss.
in
When
between
you
those.
come through the gate on the left-hand side, when you walk back there,
Yeah, I think.
The house is-
Having pointed.
Yeah.
You see that.
all right, let's go. Let's
but
do
it's
the
not,
one
it's
better.
not readily apparent.
Bobby, you see
Whether
that.
it's HOA or whether it's CDD. Right? And Angel would have no way of knowing
That's fine.
until I walk back there with him.
Can I say something?
Yes, please.
Somebody show me physically where this issue is,
Right.
I'll take it care of as soon as possible.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
understand.
I never heard of
I
this.
haven't- You know.
Yeah, but the problem with that is it gets done once, and that's
So we
it.
ran out of time, right? There was no time. I had no time to take anybody back there or to do anything like that. It's been, you know, it's. It's not intentional. Nobody's making a decision to not do it.
Well,
I mean,
So it's
seeing
just.
all this time,
It's just.
something's gotta give.
I mean, I think it's pretty clear. It's finally,
Jeff, I think a lot of the confusion, and I'm not supporting or pointing any fingers, but I think a lot of the underlying confusion may be that the Springs in and of itself does not have any HOA or CDD landscaping duties as it relates to the homes.
Jeff,
And
can you show,
But that's commentary.
can you show them where it is exactly? what you're talking
Yeah,
about?
and they may not know to the extent of the property lines out there, so it just needs to be.
Jeff, give me one second, let me, because I can't really see where I'm at, so let me scroll this, so I'll be right back. Hold on.
We've had more rain this last 2 weeks than we've had in a year, so I imagine it's growing
All
really
right, so
fast.
it's down here, it's this section. Yeah, this is, okay, all right, coming back your way.
You can pull up the map from Steadfast too.
Well, I was trying to, because we'll be able to see like ownership, obviously.
Yeah.
All right, show me.
That's my house.
Okay,
This strip of land right here,
let's see what we got.
all this in here, never gets cut when they do behind these rentals.
Brian,
It's- They're always out there cutting it, and it can't get done at the same time. And it's just, it's it. It doesn't matter what the rain is, because they're cutting the stuff behind the SDRs.
Is there any water in the ponds right back there in that pond then?
Like you're talking about? Yeah, there you go. Come here. Please.
All right, so
This is my home here, and then it's, so this, you see that, that's the boundary line.
Yep. So this is
This all in here, never gets cut.
Okay.
If I can make a suggestion, we can have staff coordinate with the landscape liaison to have a walkthrough of that area, to really go through all of the CDD areas and.
so anything behind the rest is HOA, not CDD.
Okay. Well, we
So it's not behind the rental house is not our purview, right? Around the pond it is, but not the mowing behind the rental house.
well, we can,
So I understand that is under consideration of the show.
At any rate, it's either HOA or CD.
Oh, I got you. Okay. So board, let staff get with Dora. We'll come back and let you know how to rectify the issue.
I agree.
Yeah, just to keep it clean. Right now, there's a lot of conversation.
It's this area,
But they're doing
it's this area,
HOA, right? You're doing all common areas and everything.
Well, Jeff,
but I can't.
Jeff, let me work with staff and then we'll get back to you.
This is
that fair?
Is an issue.
We'll get back to you. Sure, yeah, no.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and this as well. Sometimes this doesn't get cut down there by the pond either. Grows and grows and grows.
Karen, we're gonna,
Sorry.
it's a potential amendment.
Wanted to get resolved.
Thank you for bringing it to our attention.
All right, hey, thank you for bringing that. You always feel free to email me too. Okay, and then we have Reggie, Cedar, representing Summer of Sunset. Okay, hey.
Hi, everybody. Thank you. Hi, I'll keep it quick. We're coming here, you probably recognize me, some of the Passover guys from New York. So we come out here Passover, we come here, out in the summer. I have a summer camp with, close to 300 girls from all over the United States and Canada. Included in my summer camp is a group of over 50 girls with handicap and different special needs, autism spectrum. I would kind of give them the experience to be part of a mainstream environment. Some of the girls in our group, they gain so much from their 3 weeks out here in the summer than they do, because all year they're in these special needs schools where sometimes they actually regress in their progression, you know? So I just wanted to give you a little bit of a understanding of my summer camp. And then we do, because of our religious, you know, we're not supposed to be going to the water park with male, people, so we wouldn't actually come during open hours. I did before, I think the management switched over to you guys. We were renting out private diets at the water park before hours or after hours. I believe it was Jamie Biggs who used to give us that permission. I know I've been in touch and they told us that she wasn't supposed to give that permission. I don't really know how we would go about it from now on. We are here for 3 weeks in August and another 3 weeks in July. It would be amazing if we can work something out for my group. If you have the special needs kids cannot come during open hours. It's just way too overwhelming. They each have a one-on-one counselor. They need to recognize everybody that's there, everybody in their group. Some of them are higher functioning, some of them are really lower functioning. I know because I'm with them out in SeaWorld, it's one of the most difficult days for them in SeaWorld, because they're not familiar. We do rent out water parks all over the Denver, Orlando area, including Champions Gate Retreat Club, Oasis Club, the Encore Reunion, the one behind them, the slides, and that's where they do really well. So for us, it would be just a blessing that we can just walk right over here. We don't have to bus the kids. That's a huge hassle for them. And so I am willing to work something out like within, I know that's something that cannot happen. We are kind of the capacity of the park, so I just feel like it's so nasty to come in there, reach the capacity for the day, and then everybody comes and gets turned away. I don't know how you would work that. It's something that we really didn't want to do. And that's why I'm happy I walked in here this morning and there's this meeting. I didn't even know about it. So I don't know, maybe we can work something. I'm here till Thursday. So I'm really, but I mean, I got many buses for over 400 people, you know what I mean? So I'm willing to work something out within the guidelines of the open hours. Maybe we can just do the first hour and we'll open the lazy river at 9 o'clock that day, or in the evening, another hour. I don't know how we can work it out because we're not looking to make things complicated, not for ourselves, not for the passenger guests. We just want to be nice, but again, I cannot be here during open hours.
What would you like, an hour before, an hour after?
Either before or after, I don't know what after is.
10
Can you-
o'clock.
That's fine.
Can you just provide us with the dates and times that you would ideally like to have access, before hours or after hours?
You want.
And then we can vote on.
So we would do every day, no, we would do twice. We're here for 3 weeks, 6 weeks in July and August. We can talk about this week and we can talk about next year. For this week, we're actually only here till Thursday. Sunday, we're gonna be in, Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. So it'll be Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday.
So do we need to do a general vote permitting this kind of activity? And then if you can set specific dates and times that work for you, then
For now, it's
management can,
but
right, but in writing. And that way, they can check the schedule and they can figure out, because there's staffing involved, right? And then they can figure out which days that you're requesting are able to be accommodated. So first, I think we just vote on whether.
One second, Danny,
So I'm just curious, I want to ask you, when you've done this with some of the other local areas that have amenities and water parks, have you had to enter into any kind of a contractual arrangement with them, or how did you do that?
I do it with someone, Laura and Angelica from Antwerp, like for probably 13 years.
Okay.
They probably sent me some kind of contract to sign, never really looked at it. And they charged me like a couple $100. I think we pay for their lifeguards. I know you don't have, but we pay for their lifeguards and security. So that's for Encore. We have the Story Lake, both their clubs.
Okay. So you haven't had like a
Nothing.
signed contract?
A very basic contract, just, I guess,
Relieve liability.
Yeah.
Supervisors, just if I can chime in, Meredith has been involved with this previously, so I think she had some advice she would like to give the board, based on historical things that were given to, prior management.
Okay.
Good morning. I don't want to interrupt her speaking time, so if she'd like to continue, I can wait till I'm called on.
I'm good.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. I know that this issue has been brought to our attention before. I think the first time it was brought to my attention was July of 2024. Prior to that, I believe it was Evergreen Management that had permitted this sort of ad hoc rental. At the time, we did not know that, and the board had not considered that. It was something that Evergreen was doing kind of on the side. When it came to our attention, we did advise at the time that the district's policy does not permit private reservation of the pool, water slide, and lazy river. And in fact, the aquatic facilities are operated under a permit issued by the health department, and the district doesn't have the ability to authorize any use of those facilities outside of the hours permitted on your permit. While you do have night swimming authorization at the pool only, not the lazy river, I want to make that distinction. By law, the pool authorized for night swimming is considered to be a half an hour before sunset or 1/2 hour before sunrise. And so that's something that the board does need to take into consideration. Further, because your policy does not currently permit private reservation of the pool, water slide, or lazy river facilities, if this is something that the board wants to entertain as a rental option, just for that, half hour before sunset to half hour before sunrise time period, we would need to amend your policy and discuss that with your insurance provider. Just for consideration.
Would you anticipate any additional costs because of that?
Yes.
Can you quantify that?
No, I cannot. It would be up to your insurance, provider, and that would be something that would be site specific.
So in sum, right now, if they wanted to do something, we could provide for them to do, to arrange a night event starting at no sooner than a half an hour before sunset. And we could extend them that.
Your policy doesn't allow for that right now, Karen. We'd have to revise your policy.
So even for that, I thought you were saying that right now our policy does allow for us to do
it does not.
It's more the
does not.
So,
Okay.
we would need a public hearing for that, correct?
Yes, ma'am. If you were adding a rate for the rental of the pool, which is currently not contemplated.
Of the pool, I'm talking about the night swimming hours.
Correct. Right now, your facilities are posted. You have posted hours, and I apologize. I don't have those. I know that they vary because of the summer season. But yes, ma'am. If we were going to amend hours or create a rental rate or change access to the facility, it would need to be equally available to all people, meaning that the opportunity to utilize the facility in this way that is being requested would be something that other folks that wanted to use the facility in this way could come and avail themselves to.
Okay, understood. So, but we can put establish rules and regulations and codes of behavior and things like that, so that people can't come out here at night, rent the facility and throw a big party that disturbs the people who live in the, not living bedroom, that surround the homes. So
Yes,
I just want to make sure that we can establish rules and guidelines, codes of conduct, dress, whatever. We don't want,
Yes, ma'am. If that's something the board would like
to go sideways and somebody looks out their patio with their kid and sees stuff that they shouldn't be seeing.
Okay, and so I have that question. So if we were, this is all hypothetical, okay? If we were to choose to open the pool an hour earlier to support the request of a group of people, if somebody outside of that group arrived at the pool, then we would not be able to deny them access? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. Right now, the way your policy is written, and I'm not sure, Joe, I would have to look to Joe to help me with this about staffing and the ability to open, an hour before your standard time. But yes, ma'am, we could work with your staff and get your insurance involved and have staff, if this is the board's desire to entertain, this sort of request or requests like this in the future, with a little bit more time to actually get our ducks in a row on this. As staff, I'm certain we could bring you something that would be compliant and help the board facilitate these types of requests in the future, or at least consider options in the future.
Okay, so so the facilities are either open or they're closed, and we cannot pick and choose who we allow in, correct?
Correct.
Right now. So back to my earlier question about needing a public hearing to amend the policies, we're also gonna need to, once the lazy river is lit and heated, we're gonna have to or want to apply for the night swimming for the lazy river. Does that too require a public hearing?
So renewing your permit is something that staff just does
Okay.
on an annual basis or when there's a change. So once that construction.
So
is done,
that doesn't, so we need to wait for it to be completed in order to do that, or can we start that process once the construction begins?
My understanding on the night permits is that there is an engineering inspection requirement to certify the lumens at night. So your facility would have to be built out so that it could be tested to make
Okay.
sure that it's meeting those. But Greg is on, and Greg's an actual engineer, so I would defer to your engineer to speak on engineering.
Rolling into something else now. So we would need a public hearing to be able to allow for the
rental of.
renting of the facilities.
Yes.
We would also need a public hearing to potentially support amending hours to support such event. But aren't we also going to need a public hearing in order to modify the policies for the lawn?
The lawn policies are actually on the agenda for today.
Okay,
To consider the rules for all of the new fenced area and the turf games.
but you didn't answer my question. Do we need a public hearing for that to modify the policies?
There's a public hearing today for it, for the turf area, but we would need a public hearing for
Okay.
the rental.
All right, well, I was gonna, okay, never mind.
Okay,
So
so
we can roll it all into one. Instead of
So-
having a bunch of
so-
public hearings.
they're here now.
Mhm.
And they're renting a lot of homes, right? It's to our benefit, right? These are great kids and everything else, and so we really want to, we really would like to accommodate you in any way that we can. I know you're here now, and Jamie, by the way, was with Vesta, not Evergreen, and Jamie was allowing this as well, just as a point of note. But I want to know, since our pool hours right now start at 9 a.m., is there anything that would prevent us from opening it in general from, say, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m.? Of course, we have the consideration of staffing for this period while they're here now. Is there any way that we can do that, or are we prohibited from opening an hour earlier now?
So in our policies, under the pool slide, or spa area, the operating hours are swimming is permitted only during posted swimming hours, and may vary depending on season, weather conditions. So like Meredith said, we could make sure there's no concern with insurance wise and opening an hour earlier. We can coordinate with Joe to see if there's any staffing concerns there. And we can look into it and try to move forward for those dates, Meredith, unless you disagree with that.
No, that was going to be my recommendation as well. If the board wants to move forward with this, you can direct staff to make our best effort to be able to accommodate this while still protecting the legal interests of the district, of course.
Wonderful, because we can try to accommodate you in the here and now, and then we will have time to have a public hearing and to amend everything so that we can, have this.
So my question for you is, the solution that we can present will involve the pool being open for everyone. Is that to your satisfaction?
Will be open for the public?
This,
It has to be.
right, from 8 to 9, just for this trip until we get the.
Theoretically.
The hours wouldn't be published, so people wouldn't
Necessarily
really know, but if somebody showed up,
You might have one or two people straying.
So Reggie also knows that there's a certain threshold of capacity, her group exceeds that capacity, so she will also be able to fulfill the capacity, so.
I have 400.
Yeah, so nobody else is gonna be able to enter once that capacity threshold is reached.
I'm just wondering if that can also include the lazy river.
And the lazy river, from our understanding, has a different hours of operation, so we might have to phase it out, but. we could open it
Is it
up.
always, like, kind of the girls want to come.
That's.
The lazy river flux is
Mhm.
based on the overall capacity, and if this area starts filling up, then they go ahead and
Correct.
open up the lazy river to
Correct.
decompress the seating arrangement, so that's flexible.
And we're
Or has
working
been.
with REG, like, we're dedicated, we just, to council's
Okay.
point, there's some rules that we have to kind of work around, so.
If you could get staff to list of dates, that would be super helpful.
Okay.
Should I email them?
Yeah, I was,
Over.
one last question real quick for Meredith. Can you talk to the insurance and see, I don't know who does,
I'm gonna reach out to them, yes, yeah.
Can you talk to them and see what the price would be for that? If we get that in a proposal, whether it's a little bit or, you know, it's, but I think it would be great if we open the, to be able to have more special events.
Right.
Even if we don't open until 10 every day, but we could open that maybe 1 or 2 or
Right.
something.
Yeah.
But I think to be able, why not have that flexibility that we could move forward with those too?
I think for cost purposes, Brian's and Joe's team, they can keep us copied and let us know if any questions,
Yeah.
but they're able to do that just as well, and like I say, they look.
I love it, Brian, sorry, I said Meredith. And then-
Okay.
Yeah, all the resorts charge us like.
Yeah.
Fee.
Yeah, take
Like,
it.
really, it includes like a cleanup fee, some include like the light service. Security and thing.
Joe. maybe one can ask you this thing.
So right now, I'm just using together, it's going to this. Should we take action, Joe?
Deanna right now and let her know the dates. You guys can communicate.
All right, yeah, there's an insurance fee.
So that's it? Okay, thank you so much, everybody. I appreciate it. I'm telling you, I walked in here this morning to let my kids in. I was to see these community setups. Amazing, thank you.
All right, board, just for your awareness, we're gonna have to take a recess at 11:20. We will lose form for a period of time, and then we'll come back, but, Karen.
It's slide, we don't go to the water.
Just 1 second.
Test it out, make sure it's important this morning.
Be in touch. Yeah.
I really appreciate it. I hope I wasn't being too annoying. I was just, I just felt like God sent me here today, so I didn't.
Now we're gonna.
It's just like we're going to this resort water park, and every time we pass in here, the girls are like, hey, why can't we go to that lazy river? So, I
We
know.
all have fun.
Yes, thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Reggie.
Really great, I appreciate it.
Karen, I'm gonna open up to district engineer real quick, just because, we got some budgets to review today. All right. Greg, I'm gonna turn it over to you, to kind of give us an update on the roof line project and all the requested documentation and potential costs, so that the board could review and approve.
Sure. We took a look at the exhibit that you sent over that shows the matching facade of the existing structure that's out there with that has a lane for the guests and the homeowners. We did reach out to a couple of architects that we've worked with in the past to get some rough numbers. We did not get those back yet, but we'll talk about that in a minute. A couple things that we saw with the exhibit that was sent over. Since this is the only entrance into the community, we don't want to limit any type of vehicle access, for instance, a tractor trailer from going in there or what have you. So the guest would probably have to be higher and would have to be a little bit larger than what we're seeing in here, which then may stem us to then have to widen the road a little bit through this section. So in taking all of that into consideration, one thing that I've done in the past, that I've seen in the past, is if the guest area is the only area that is going to be accessed by the guards and by the staff at the guardhouse, then we could leave the homeowner side open, and that allows for any height of vehicle to be able to get through there easily.
Okay, so I'm going to interject here because number one, when it's pouring rain, which is quite frequently lately, And I have to open my window and get soaked in order to get through the gate. That's not cool with me. That's number one.
Okay, no,
So-
no, that's a good
And
point.
also visually, it kind of flies in the face of the purpose of it. The purpose of it is to very distinctly show people on the approach before they actually pull in that this is the side for the guests and that's the side for the homeowners and or residents, right? So we need to have signage on both sides that's very clear, that's visible from a distance before they actually pull in. Otherwise, we're gonna have the same issue that we have now of people cutting around on the right-hand side because they don't know and they see that it's open and free on the homeowner's side and they're cutting off other people. Right.
No,
So if
those are
to
great
raise
points.
the whole roof, then we raise the whole roof. I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give the image I sent you on the screen, Greg, just so you're aware.
All right, very good. No, that's perfect, and that's great input, and that's exactly what we can do, and that, we're talking with the architects. Really, we need to probably bring an architect on board to be able to kind of come up with some numbers and some preliminary designs and layouts for this. That's what the contractors were looking for based on, initially, I thought they were looking for plans for the guardhouse. They were looking for engineered and permitted plans for this. This is something that's going to have to be permitted because it is a structure. So we will have to get an architect involved sooner or later.
Greg, would that, if we got one, involved preliminarily, do you think those costs would trip the threshold of the statutes to need a bid for the special project?
I don't believe the design fees would, but the construction costs may. The construction
Yeah.
costs, if I had to guess,
Yeah,
for
we
this
don't know
would
about the
be,
construction cost until we have the rough drawing.
I was thinking more of the professional sleeve of things, so
All right.
okay, just keep that in mind,
Just from a design standpoint, I don't think it's going to even come close to the threshold for a bid. But it's a good question. It's a good thing to know what it might cost us to have preliminary drawings made so that we can send that out in order to get, a WAG from the various contractors. Because of course, we need to know before we vote to proceed or not to proceed, we need bids, right? And before we get bids, we have to supply the various contractors with the scope of work. And so we need to know in order to get to vote on whether we can, because there's a cost associated to that, what is it going to cost for us to create this scope of work? So just working backwards, that's the first thing that we need are the drawings. We need to know how much it's going to cost to get those drawings approximately, right? And then once we get those drawings, then we can put it out for bid with different contractors. And it probably is not going to be, again, anything that's going to require an RFP or anything.
The thresholds for 2026 are currently loading, and my computer is spinning to pull those up. I believe if it's a maintenance or repair of an existing asset, it's 195. If it's new construction on a public works, it's closer to 5.
It's not going to be anything close to that.
So
From the people that I've talked to, it's not anything close to that. So I think we're good to just figure out what is the
So you want proposals for architects, and then we'll consider that in September, and then from there.
right for a preliminary design. And then once you go with a preliminary design, then the architects will draft, because that's more expensive, right? There's gonna be lighting, right? We've got to have lighting.
There would be lighting, I would say.
So there's electrical. There's no gate there or anything like that. So there's no mechanical because the lines are already in place in the road for the gate passes and things like that. So there's not really going to be anything that has to do with that.
Electrical is maybe the LPR reader.
The light above.
Yeah, well, in whatever, like card reader to let them through the
Right.
gate.
And there's no plumbing.
No, plumbing.
It's just going to be electrical.
Joe, anything else that you think would need to be added in consideration of this? Surely just electrical, right?
The only thing I can think is the red light, because obviously, which I'm sure you've already considered, but in terms of emergency services going through, if you're not
Charter
able to use that
buses.
outside lane.
I think it's
Cisco
16
for the
foot.
cafe.
16 feet. Yeah.
That's my priority.
Yeah. Okay.
If I could go, I think the right height, making sure that's good, because if something were to be a little bit taller, that causes a massive problem that isn't fixed quickly, so height, lighting, and I throw this in there, because a lot of homeowners have said, if there's a way to drop in the third lane, or make that one for homeowners wider than it is now, and any sort of capacity, I think there's value in still exploring that and having the architect say, is it possible, can it be possible?
Fit 3 lanes.
But regarding making it wider on the homeowner side, isn't when you pass through the gate, it's just when you go past it and it starts to converge. Because what'll happen, I think, because I kind of, have a little heartburn over that sometimes too, when somebody goes to the gas lane and they start to approach the gate, they just stop there. It's like, can you move?
Just a little bit.
But I don't know if I want them redoing the roads because of that, I just.
I think a third lane solves the right-hand turn lane issue of people pulling in from Pine Tree Trail coming, whatever.
2 gas lanes, 1 homeowner.
Just 3 lanes,
Well, it becomes
it's
problematic because to Brian's point, when people are in that right-hand turn lane to pull in, most of the time they want to get to the gas side and then they just completely block access to the re-entry lane altogether.
what we did is the third lane is also gas. So you have gas left, homeowners, and return visits, and then gas again, if we could.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Gas, homeowner, gas, because then the filters the middle and then you have 2.
Everyone is, things always flowing in, so that's what we thought would be the best, but again, that architect, we need to look at that and say, is it possible, and then.
Well, and I thought
So-
that preliminary plan, they were saying they would have to move back that wall.
Potentially.
Yeah, I think but I think more people coming into Solterra.
Hey, let's start making $1 million a year and then we'll talk about that.
So we want to direct REG to get some architect bids for consideration at September's meeting. Taking into consideration that we want to explore 3 lanes and the height requirements.
That's right. We explore. It's right here.
Let's explore, because I don't want to, if we can do 3 lanes, great, but I also.
Let's do
want
2
for
versus 3.
Right, I want to do 2
Yeah,
here,
we was architect.
because I don't want to throw the baby out with the
3 lanes
bathwater.
as well as 2 lanes,
Yes,
making sure it's tall enough, making sure buses could get through, semis could get through.
Because,
Fire engines could get through, and anything else that needs
I think
to.
that third
So-
lane
2
coming out of the
proposals
turn
from each.
would solve some issues.
So Greg, direction is to obtain, proposals, 2 different proposals. Proposal 1 will be for the image that we've been working off of, the 1 guest entrance, the 1 homeowner entrance with the 16-foot clearance or whatever the clearance needs to be for heights. And then another, architect proposal for, expanding the front welcome area to 3 lanes and what that would look like.
Coming in off of that right-hand turn lane from, the Ernie Caldwell side. Have that turn lane, right? Yeah.
Greg, do you think just off, this is off the top, would we have to move any utilities, or is there space for a third lane on that?
that's
Right
it, that's it, utilities and easements, big issue.
That's what we'll determine during this process.
Okay,
Yeah.
All
There's
right.
definitely a storm drain there. There's some reclaimed water lines there and some electrical lines there to the right, as well as some camera equipment and IT stuff.
Yeah,
Right,
we've
and
reviewed it in the
it's not
past.
just it's not just the physical moving of them, it's the permits from the utility companies and whether or not they're gonna allow us to do it.
Done. All right, Greg, any clarity that you need? Feel like you're
Yes.
good?
Yes, sir, I'm good.
Okay. Anything else for district engineer? Just remember, we're approving, so there will be some costs associated with this. We'll just be reminded.
We are still, I talked with Chris King yesterday.
Nothing for Greg.
Question.
All right. Anybody, anything for, Greg, back to you. Anything else to report on?
That's all I've got there. Yep. Basically for this, there's not going to be a lot of costs associated with this particular task, just because it's only going to be me putting together the emails to the architects and requesting the information, and they're going to put together the scope and fee. And that's what we'll bring back to you is, hey, this is the cost for us to put together the cost and preliminary layouts for this project.
Very cool. All right. Look out for September. Greg, thank you so much. You don't need Greg. You're good. Greg, you're free to hop off.
Thanks, Greg.
All right. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Greg. All right, jumping into aquatic maintenance updates. We got Matt, and Matt, before I throw it over to you, we have the, apologies, we weren't able to get it onto the agenda. There is the, separate aquatics report. Go ahead and back down and click on that. It's not for you. Yeah, and then you're gonna, so it should be on that page. This, oh, here it is. There it is, yeah. Yeah, I emailed it to you guys a couple days ago. Sorry, Matt. And I'll throw it up on the screen as well. I'll throw it up on the screen for us.
Is there an X too?
Yeah, good thing I got 20 visions.
Wow, it's a rare moment where I've got it up on my screen. Now watch me try to get out of it.
So much for 2020. Yeah, I'm in a meeting. Yeah.
I still don't. Oh, that's very, I'm still on.
All right, we're back. Matt, take it away.
This is kind
So, yeah, it's, finally getting some rain out here, sounds like there's some significant rain. But your soil is super thirsty, you got real porous, thick sand, so
Matt, we're gonna have to take a recess. Everybody on the call, we will be right back, taking a recess at 10:53 a.m. Matt,
that's okay.
we are back from recess at 10:53.
At 12 seconds.
12 seconds, right?
All right, Matt, take it away.
Yeah, so water is gonna stay low or completely dry,
Even with all this rain?
yeah,
Wow.
sorry, yeah, you were on the phone, your soil is super thirsty, essentially, you got no sandy soil, it sucks up that water. Really well, even when it does rain heavily, so it's probably still gonna be a couple months of solid rain before we start to see real significant rise in water levels. You can see the side by sides as we go through. I've told the tech, and who was just out here on Tuesday to start doing it, we're gonna start hitting the lilies pretty hard, they're getting a little thick. It's like that everywhere this year, I don't know what's up with them, but every community, the lilies are blowing up. But I'm trying to.
Is that a bad thing or?
So the one that we have here, they're a little bit too thick from where I like them. I like to say about 30% coverage, and some of these fonts are a lot more than that. To a degree, I know you just kind of like a little bit of them, so we just try to keep them away from the shore.
I hope I'm not jinxing this, but I haven't had any issues with mosquitoes. Has anybody else heard anything, seen anything? You back up to the water, Brian?
That's nice.
Yeah, so we're good on that.
Really bad over my hospital.
And I was out one evening in the field behind the townhouse walking the dog and I wanted to, but.
The usual, the
Not
Florida.
normal. I mean, not abnormal, not a problem, I don't feel like.
Not anything that requires a,
No, it's good.
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, it's pretty much just gonna be rinse, it goes to the leaves. As the water does come up, the terrestrial leaves that grow in the front lawn still drown out the weed. If they're too tall and fast, when we start to spray them, usually we don't, is that nature just takes care of that, it's by itself, and we don't have to add extra chemical to it. But it's nice that all the communities I do these for, I think I've seen 3 significant algae blooms all summer so far, so that's just not showing up. I'm cursing myself. The years I know it's gonna happen, but it's saying, oh, it's great, there's no algae in it, it's better.
Right.
But yeah, we're looking good, it's normal seasonal conditions. I'm sorry.
All right, that is aquatic maintenance. Any questions?
Yeah,
Matt,
I'd like to
Steve,
get back to the mainstream.
keep up the hard work.
So hit the line.
Good.
Or just have over, just have it.
Oh, just, oh, nice.
Good?
Yeah, good.
Good? Everybody's good? All right.
Do it.
We're back. All right, team, coming back to the agenda, we are on the operations updates.
That's my problem.
Everybody good? So just a quick update, the contracts were finalized, all good there. Thank you, legal, for the assistance. We received the first invoice. So we're in the process of getting that completed with Vermont. Okay, we're just pending confirmation on the fence requirements, that Simon had, made some comments on. So I'm waiting for him to get back to me on the fence requirements for like the equipment that we're gonna be purchasing.
Someone's having trouble, or people are on WhatsApp are having trouble hearing us.
Hearing us?
Yeah, sound is so bad today, I had to log out.
I mean,
So,
Meredith, can you hear us well?
is anybody there who can hear us?
Yeah, anybody?
I'm hearing it
Oh,
okay. It's echoing a little bit, but I'm not having trouble tracking what's happening. I can hear everyone.
Yeah, I can hear you guys just fine too.
Okay,
all right, so we'll try to be a little more vocal and maybe one at a time. Okay. So that's the updates on the RFP. Everything is moving forward. We will be working with Joe to get some confirmed dates out soon so that the residents can know what to expect. All good. Any questions? All right, bear with me. Turn it over to landscape maintenance. Just wanted, on tab 2, you'll have the Sunscape report. Wanted to commend you on your performance. They noted that irrigation is, going well with the recent repairs. And congratulations on no urgent items. That's almost unheard of with Sunscape. So great work, guys.
Right,
Seriously.
and the list is rather short.
Yeah. Updates?
yeah, we had a great meeting and we had a great meeting. I think the resort looks great. People have been commenting on how much better everything looks. You know, the one thing I'll say is that we've had an awful lot of rain, so it's hard to tell where we might still have shortfalls in the irrigation, but I'll take it any way we can get it. And we'll jump off that, get to it, if we get to it. But I'm just so thrilled with how the community looks and everything that's going on. We did talk about, getting quotes on refreshing the pine straw. And also creating a border where the pine straw hits the sidewalks. We want to kind of create a little border ground cover, so it doesn't just flow onto the sidewalk, which looks kind of messy. But I think it, you know, considering something that was only supposed to last us for 6 months, right, and is now, you know, coming up on the year, and is half the cost, and I think it looks a lot better than the other mulch. I think we have a big win.
Yeah.
I'm really thrilled, and thank you so much, Angel. I mean, you're trying out of the park. You really are. Thank you.
And we're probably looking to hold off on the refresh after storm season, I would think.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it matters because it doesn't flow. It doesn't go away. But whatever we need to do from a budget standpoint, if we need to stretch it out for another month or two.
Sure.
I'm sure we can do that, but storm season is October, right? When it gets really nasty. So,
If we could wait till November, we probably be better off.
For the holidays, usually do a refresh to have a nice.
yeah, so if we can, I don't think it looks bad. I mean, some places are.
If you consider in October and then just schedule it and
Yep.
they can put it in the month of November.
How does that work in terms of planting for the ground covered border and that? Is that a good time to establish? Or do we need to establish that little border beforehand in order to make sure that when we're ready to install the. Yeah, wherever the sidewalk meets the straw presently, having just like a little border there, ground cover, you know, it only needs to be like one little strip of that, right? Just so it looks better, it feels better, you know, there's no slippage, which there really isn't that much anyway, but it just looks neat. But the question is, do we need to establish that earlier in the season than November? Because in November, you can plan in November and it'll establish, there's not gonna be as much rain in November, right? Super hot, yeah, I know, because I'm having a real heck of a time with the food that I'm growing under my, because of all of the rain. And then come the aphids and the gnats and they're hating all that moisture. So I'm learning, but yeah, so. We all learn. Yeah. Some of us more than others are kind of at a deficit, so.
Any other thing major to bring up? Pressure issues have been resolved, you feel good about the church transition?
Pressure, be an issue, we're getting to stay on top of everything as efficiently as we can, but,
We'll take the ones when we can. Landscape used to be like an hour, so, you know, this is a good thing. Questions for landscape?
I was gonna say, up and down the path, after the last meeting, we said it would get a little overrun, you guys handled it, which was amazing, so thanks for trimming it back away.
I mean, it's like I speak to a lot of the homeowners, I mean, like, issues are not perfect. There might be things that I might be missing, because I'm going by the, especially in the city area, I'm going by what Jeff told me, what board lines. So that right there actually is itchy real bad, I need to get it addressed.
Yeah, I mean.
I'm gonna show you something on the break. And that shows the lines real well.
And on Monday, Angel and I, we're gonna walk over there back behind Jeff's house and.
Appreciate it.
And if we need to do any amendments, just let us know.
Yeah.
Everybody good on landscape? He's about to leave. Do you want to show him something before he leaves?
Oh.
Good morning.
Where you can see like the boundaries where the CDD
Pause
are.
for a second.
I think Ian's trying to say something.
If you put in that in, which.
Oh, hey, Matt, what's going on? Ian, are you with us?
It shows you, like this is CDC property, and so it kind of shows you.
Matt, I don't see Ian on here.
He's the phone number. He just unmute himself.
Okay.
Good morning.
Hey, what's going on, Ian?
property appraisal and put in the street name, and you can click on an interactive map and it shows you like all of those
It
boundaries.
was 1 second, Debbie's, showing Angel. Landscape areas.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ian.
Thank you. I have an update as far as the CDD irrigation is concerned.
Okay.
Obviously, as I mentioned there last month, as we go ahead and get a lot of these breaks and stuff fixed, we're going to find, in fact, with our increase in our pressure issues, and we're going to find that a lot of our seals and things are going on some of our older heads and stuff. So going through our July maintenance check, I guess one of the biggest factors we found was mainly on the boulevard, was the fact as we got things back up to pressure, we had a lot of our rotors that basically the seals would gone and would need to be replaced. The rotors, 6-inch rotors for the property. Due to the large grass areas. So in that, sorry?
No, go on.
And in doing so, we've also went around and we found a bunch of, as I say, more drip line breaks down the property. As we're starting to get things all put back together again, I think we're getting on a big track in regards to getting things up to scratch and getting things in regards to getting better coverage everywhere that we go. So that being said, we did have 16 regular spray heads to replace around the property over all of our CDD areas. But in doing so, we ended up having to replace 25 rotors around the property this past month in regards to what we identified that needed to be replaced.
Okay. I'm assuming that we're going to get that.
Come again?
Are we going to get a invoice for that? It's an additional cost, I'm thinking.
Yes, that was for the July repairs. We would actually, there was a charge of $3,300. We had 3 lateral breaks, 14 drip line breaks. We had 25 rotors and 16 spray heads.
I think he means proposal. We proposed it.
Proposal.
Yes.
So are we going to get a proposal, or did you already do it?
It's a proposal coming into you. We've submitted it.
Okay. Okay, wonderful. So we'll be looking at that proposal. All right, very good. So
Is that pretty much the last of the stuff, or do you think that we're going to be seeing more in the future as far as repairs and updating?
I can't always turn around and say the fact that we're not going to see another broken head as we go around, as we go down. I think the fact that, as I say, as we're getting everything back to pressure, we are basically, you're going to find that it's going to level out, and you're just going to end up with minimal repairs needed as we move forward.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that we're seeing this, because I know that once you start making significant repairs and we start getting more normal pressures, then things are going to start blowing out, distally and proximally until all of the defects have all been addressed. And then we should kind of have some smooth sailing.
That's fine.
How we feel as that's going to turn that way.
All right. Well, Ian, thank you so much. Anything else for the board, landscaping general? Any closing comments? Hear none? All right.
I do want to say, can you hear me?
Go ahead. Yeah.
I just think it's important to understand that when it comes to irrigation repairs, it is like an ongoing component of maintaining essentially a large system. And it consists, this system, if it's 100-something zones, you got to remember it consists of hundreds, or in some cases like thousands of different components. So you have valves, heads, nozzles, pipes, fittings, wiring, controller, the controller, there's sensors. So there's a ton of different things that we have to look at. And all of these components operate simultaneously. And then you also, you have wear and tear, you have age. So I just think we will see, obviously it's not going to be to the extent that we're at, with the $3,000, but I do think we should expect that we will have a proposal or bill for irrigation repairs monthly. just because it is the size of the system.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Matt, have all the rain sensors been checked and as far as the schedule to make sure that the one is not turning on while we have guests walking by at 10? Just to make sure no one's getting sprayed with the poopy water?
I believe so, but Ian can probably answer that better.
He's not here, but.
Hey, I'm virtual and I can still be funny.
All right, anything else for landscape? Going once, going twice, hearing none, all right. Dorothy, thank you so much for the hard work, seriously, it was a pleasure having you guys on visit. Ian, Matt, thanks for joining on the call. Wishing you guys a wonderful weekend. And then we are going to be transitioning over to F&B, gentlemen, have a great day. So real quick,
guys.
The last meeting, we had discussed the incentive, for Artemis with the certain thresholds, you then the agreements. The board requested that we verify those, financials to ensure that everything was up to date and accurate. So as of June 30th, your gross sale for the food and beverage was 621,000. Accounting for expenses, you were profitable, 396,000. So that is a 59 point something percent, profit.
And that includes the bonuses being paid out.
That did not include the bonuses and it did not include the pizza oven. So you would be subtracting the bonus, which was right 11 and some change. By that 396 plus the pizza oven was like 17, I think was the last figure. 1709.
Something like that.
So 396 minus, let's say 11,4. Do a gross estimate minus 17,2. So roughly $367,400. That's not your exact figure, but that's a like rough ballpark of what you're in the green for. That's profit.
Yeah, and that's how many months, that's not even the whole year.
Correct, yeah, I mean, really, I don't think we picked up till February, right?
Yeah.
Go to about
End of
10 days.
January, so, yeah, not even too full quarter.
Yeah,
February, March, April,
fantastic.
June, around 6 months.
yeah. So with that, I'm gonna turn it over to Greg for, updates on pizza and purchase and general operations.
Yay, Greg.
I think y'all got packets.
Yes.
And then just, in the numbers here, so this is for July, June. So we went up, 26.5%, growth from May to June. Additional $25,000. So that's roughly like an extra week that we did sales in June. Numbers been all right, things that the most part things that we are running into is equipment is filling at that moment. A couple of weeks ago, we just lost our griddle that was like 27 years old. It could be fixed, but it's going to cost almost $4,000 to do it. I don't think that's really expensive right now to put into a griddle that's already 27, 28 years old. If you fix it, it's probably all that's in the real 4 months.
Yeah.
Right now, what we use in the second temporary is a smaller griddle that got for like $300, but it's fine. It's there like.
So is that your next priority in terms of putting it back there?
It's a couple of things. I have it in the.
Okay, we're gonna get to it.
Which
Okay.
is critical with this priority, with stuff that you're waiting on and stuff like that. But they put a quote for everything that's needed to go on to the future.
Okay.
Also, just to give you some stuff about compliance, we did meet our 51% requirement for the food license for food. So we did do that audit, and that was from January 18th to May 18th. So we're on mark with that. We just made changes. They just put out for the license for the 80% gratuity. We made those changes on the menu and things of that nature. So now you can actually see that where is it going to and stuff like that, even though I'm not ordering here and it's member up there before we even ordered that. So that was more requirement that the state made us do prior to January 1st.
Yeah, that changed recently, that it has to be disclosed.
For fall, fall season and back and stuff like that, I just showed their plan on how to do the staffing to bring down your labor costs to 30%. And it's just like a weekly breakdown. Like we were doing 350 hours on the 99, 260. This is our, if you get those sales, then you can always maneuver to those sales, but we decided to take that and pay the seller when they go down. But we want your profit margins to stay close to the same. For fall as well, we're gonna be introducing breakfast. I did like a 5 menu that has fruits, juices, breakfast rolls, breakfast bowls, French toast, and the state of the art sausage, egg and cheese, chicken nuggets.
Nice. They were wonderful.
So we're gonna be doing that from 9:30 to 11. During those times, we can't sell any alcohol because of the licensing of that nature, so only thing would be available is breakfast at that time, frozen coffee, juices, stuff like that. And like I told you, we're bringing peppermint mocha and pumpkin spice. Flavor.
Are you gonna put some signs up that say no alcohol sales until 11 a.m. just so that it's?
That is known stuff like that.
Can you speak up so they can hear you? You've got nothing but great news, so,
Yeah, so we start breakfast, daily 9:30 to 11. During those hours, you can actually fill out on, they only give you that hour leeway, technically not with 11 to noon, but they give you that hour leeway from 11. That's why most restaurants open at 11. It's for that special license and stuff like that. So we will have on the menu, it won't be available, so you won't be able to order it at the bandits, anything like that. And that time will change. So once 11 hits, they'll be able to order alcohol and the other lunch menus, things of that nature stuff. I did put up effective off-season hours on there as well. This will be open in 2 hours. I was suggesting 6 and 7 closing for that time, just because that's when the sun goes down. But at the same time, you have to time the sales that nature, but that will be safe for labor costs as well. So, but that's always we can monitor that depending on.
The only thing that we've had, any conversations about is some people are saying that it's, difficult and kind of, sometimes works, sometimes doesn't work, for the delivery. Is there any way that we can?
The only thing is that I saw is that the delivery hours are stated, but some people forget, like when we open at 11, they don't know if they can order delivery to 12, so that's why that icon doesn't come up, because it says pick up only. I have one guest asked about that, and when she came in, she's like, oh, I tried to put the order at 11:48, I'm like, yeah, it's not.
Until noon. What about, there are people who are ordering early in the evening as well, who are saying that it's.
And then, so with the end time now, it stops at 7, but it stops taking orders at 6:30. Because it's
6:30.
Right, it's that leeway of that 45-minute window to get the order in, so like, that's not really out of my control, I do 7:30, but to do 7, but then.
Yeah, maybe we need to modify the delivery hours to reflect the last order time.
Right, but that's.
To make it a little bit more clear.
Is there a way that we could extend the time to order to match the hours of the cafe being open? And that way, we only have to post one set of hours, because it does get confusing for people. And so if we can do that and then just say, okay, the kitchen is now closed for walk-up business, right? But if people are ordering online, they can order right up until closing time, and that last half hour is just to fulfill those orders.
Right.
So that way it's less confusing.
Say people say 7 or 8 or whatever, doing 30 minutes. Instead of, if that 30 minutes.
You just have to stay open another half hour, but if we're getting so much business for that extra half hour and it's dedicated business, then it's worth it to staff for that extra half hour.
Right.
Well, I think that once we get the bar up and running, that's going to probably change a lot of things.
Right,
In
but
terms
right
of
now,
hours of operation a little bit, but I do think that in terms of delivery, I think that we probably are missing some opportunities. Because I feel like a lot of that, delivery window would tend to be a little bit later into the evening because people are coming back from whatever they've been doing and they're tired and they're like, oh, well, let's just order a delivery. But I know, I have nothing but props for you, Greg. I'm just throwing ideas out there.
Yeah, for the fall winter, we actually gonna be changing the menu, as you can see is on there, and it does have prices.
French?
Okay.
The reason
And here we are reviewing and testing the new Motor Tag 2. Motor is
Yeah, down on that. Uno momento por favor. There we go, Jeff.
Yeah,
Thank you,
the
Jeff.
reason I was able to put price on it, because Diner said on a certain price for a Cisco now, since you're purchasing.
Well, and I think that that's huge because, I was getting feedback from some homeowners that that's a big point of contention for guests coming over from the UK in particular, is that they tend to shy away from ordering when the prices are not transparent.
Especially when they walk, and they want price for that as well. So with that being said, like the following year, when you bring back that summer thing, those will have prices both century.
Okay.
So it was just getting that path in first to get you locked in with certain prices, so stepping into one, round week for $3.80 ahead, now you don't pay that difference, so I don't really.
When do you get your pizza? I saw kids pepperoni pizza, you want to pump those in?
Yeah. Yeah, they usually like, we have a piece of special and stuff like that.
And this is your current criticals, continental chef base.
We gotta check to see if it was paid out, because I know you guys in Bradford, remember we were trying to see if we could find somebody to sign.
Okay, okay.
I'm trying to see,
Keep us posted. Our current one's still working? We're still pumping out pizzas slowly?
Greg, do we have a date for the breakfast to begin?
September 14th.
September 14th. Perfect.
Nice.
Just keep me posted. I'll try to help you out any donations. Reviewing your priority chart here, so you're probably gonna start getting some proposals?
It's in there.
Oh, it's in here.
Yeah.
Keep flipping, sorry.
Yeah, so that's.
Every time I ask Greg something, it's like it's in here already.
Because what you have right now, you're on like half electric podcast. And whether I want to change it to a 5-foot ribbon that's straight across, it was easy. But electric is actually just half.
25 years old.
But it doesn't
So
go
they
that
built
much.
this and got it refurnished stuff.
So technically, the only thing that should be gas is your fryers.
We got it. I need
I think
to,
that's the
You
only.
gotta take a recess?
just a recess.
Okay.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a recess, everybody, at 11:23, and we will be back.
About 10 minutes.
We'll be back.
And then.
All right. Good afternoon, everybody. We are back from recess at 11:43 a.m. Turn it back over to the F&B director.
Yeah, so, we were talking about the upgrades, right? So I put down what's critical, what's high, what needs to be monitored and, like I was saying, the grill that we have is gone. At this point, it's cost like 4,200 to fix, but it's 25 years old, so it's not really working.
It's not.
I did provide an upgrade of all the equipment in there that needs to be updated. It's breaking down from, it includes, extended warranties, installation and removal, all that stuff. And then it came up to about $32,000. It's not bad, but
Can I ask real quickly, Debbie, do you have any thoughts, recommendations on this? Do you like this?
You know, I think that Greg has exceeded all of our expectations. And he has done that with subpar equipment. And I think that if we want to continue on this path that we're on, so that we can support everybody's wish lists, landscaping, splash pads and everything else, that we owe it to him to make sure that he has the tools that he needs to be able to continue this great work that he's done in this first 9 months. So, you know, I'm supportive of it. He's earned that money, and I think that, you know, the whole idea of this whole process was to drive revenue to reinvest into our infrastructure. And we owe it to the homeowners, the bondholders, and our future guests. So
you were at, taking into consideration the pizza oven and the incentive, we were down to 367,400 roughly. If we wanted to account this not to exceed, you would be walking, well, not walking away, but as of June's financials, 148, you would still be profitable by $335,513 and some change.
Which is fantastic.
10% to put, you know, in a restaurant business, to reinvest 10% into deteriorating equipment, I think is a no-brainer.
You'd still be profitable by 54% for, year to date as of June, so 54% profit is good.
Can I make a motion to approve the 31,000?
Sure can.
800.
I'll second.
Okay, thank
Well,
I'm just completely blown away that this, whole cafe was built with very old refurbished equipment to begin with, so, yeah.
So I had a motion from Supervisor Byrd, seconded by Supervisor Winker, approving the estimated value of $31,886.72 for kitchen equipment replacements and upgrades. Take a vote, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Opposed? Motion carried. Bobby, did you vote on that?
Yes, I'm in favor of it.
Oh, yeah, perfect. So 4-0.
Thank you, Bobby.
All right, very good. Greg, let us know what you need.
that's, I have the packet star farm project.
I saw the drawings out there. Do we have it to put up on the screen so people can see it?
The elixir bar?
Yeah.
Did I email it to myself? I think I did.
So I just sent you an email with this answer that this gave me, right?
You just sent me an email?
Yeah.
Yeah, let's check it out.
Awesome.
There we go. All right. Oh, hello. Hey, come on. Oh, sorry.
So this
Demolition is starting below Joe.
I'm Sean. Sean?
Design stuff you guys.
Yeah, thank you. I'll share with you.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Wow. Oh, here, an extra one.
I'm getting to get a big message there.
Come on up, guys. Come on up. Thank you so much. Oh, you're gonna.
So.
That is right there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's about bring back here and then.
Finishing, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello, the floor is yours. And we are reviewing your renderings here. If you want me to jump into any specific one, you let me know. Okay.
Sorry, I'm not seeing the big, is the big rendering?
Did you miss that page? Do I miss the page?
I don't have it. Here.
Page 2.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, good for you. Yeah.
So TVs are gonna go.
Got 16-person bar here. We added some quick seating with benches. The health department requires a 3-compartment sink, a hand sink, and a wash sink. Until we get into this, it's all preliminary, but until we get into this, we don't know if we're gonna have to do a floor drain or not. We have funds in there for a floor drain, but until Tim Goss, the architect, this is report, we don't have. But, we have, can you pull up the elevation?
It's the next page. Right here. This page right here. Bear with me, let's say the render. This one?
That's
that one.
Okay, this one here.
All right.
Okay, so we've changed this drawing to the one that you have in front of you. We have a stone back here behind the liquor display now. Instead of the vehicle. There's a security shutter, electronic, will roll down in front of all that to secure everything, and the kegerator where you put the kegs in will have locks. So that will be totally secure.
Roll down from here.
This will cover that.
On the outside.
There's gonna be more TVs.
What size TVs?
Yeah.
They're not as small as what you have out there right now. It's very close. There's a bit smaller, but I could probably.
We're gonna suspend some.
Right, well, I'm gonna clarify. Excuse me, yeah, so about the TVs, so the way I'm looking at it, we only have 2 TVs, smaller than what we have. And they're on either side. People in the middle line of vision are not gonna have any view of a TV. People who are over here on the side are not either. So I'd like to know if we can add more TVs, like over the door.
Absolutely.
Right, that's gonna be really important, and especially something large, because these seats are pretty far away from where this back wall is, and it's gonna be really hard on this size, and in the middle, we have a tall.
No, that was short. That's just like liquor, this height.
Right.
Now it is, right? This part here is just about,
This.
just like regular height with liquor stuff.
Oh, okay, I thought that's.
Next for POS, actually, the POS
Supposed to be elixir sign.
POS would be here, that would be where the liquor store is, the back wall.
Okay,
This
so,
is like this.
okay, so where the sign that says
Oh.
serve is over the refrigerator,
It's on the back wall.
on the back wall, over the kegerator, over the kegerator.
So.
Would be somewhere with years now, but only more.
It's elevated here, it's
Right.
looking at the back wall, if your
Right.
stage is behind the door.
Yeah, I got
So this
it. I
is
got
the,
it.
this is supposed to be just a little thing on my foot there. That's why I'm
okay.
signing.
Yeah, but we're gonna definitely need, because this being a sports bar, I think it's gonna be really important to have more TV coverage space. Even if we hang something, if we suspend things from the ceiling or something like
Those
that.
tend to be bigger if they sat in front of me. It's too here we can make larger.
Yeah, because to have something that's smaller than you would have in your living room does not really give off that sports bar vibe.
Right.
And I think that it's gonna be important to have, even, I know we wanna have multiple screens, but even if we have one large main screen.
That's side.
Yeah, that's smaller than a lot of people.
Okay,
in
that's
this
the
community.
size.
Right, I understand, but if we can find a way to make them larger or to have, one big screen TV and a couple of smaller screens or something like that for different things. But I think a lot of these homes have these huge screens.
Right.
And so to have something that's smaller than what's in my living room
Right.
does not give off that vibe. So I'd like to see more TV coverage.
Or you're not providing the televisions.
No, but we have to provide the space for it.
Okay.
We have to plan for the space and everything else. So that's gonna be.
Anything here, the better, and there's people that are watching, pool or going to see what's happening.
Exactly.
Wherever we can have street space is good.
Well, none of these seats really faces the pool. So if somebody's watching kids in the pool, they're gonna have to do so
They
from,
can see from the side. I know.
it's not really,
Safe bar though.
if somebody is sitting here and something happens to their kid over here, they're
We're
not
not the
going to.
parents, Karen.
I understand. I'm not,
No, it's healthy discussion. So the only way to put bar seats facing the pool is to do like a circle bar. Where you're sitting on this side looking that way,
which is a whole different thing, but if
It's
people have
possible.
kids in the, if I were a parent and I had kids in the pool, I would probably be sitting here, not at the bar with, facing the screen. That would not be and if any, then it would be totally my bad. So this is probably gonna be people who have a spouse or some other person who are not having kids in the pool at all. So I'm fine with that. We're talking about 15 seats. But these people are gonna be expecting to see big screen TV, live action and excitement. I think I'd also like to find a plan, which may or may not be in your purview, to put a screen somewhere. We could probably suspend a screen from over there so that people who are sitting in the seats, in the tables over here, have something that they can look at too, without having to look over people who are sitting in taller bar stools and over the bar. So I don't know if this is going to be your purview or if this is something that we just look at separately. Just we have 3 wires for TV over here. I just want to think about.
Brainstorm.
Yeah, I want to think about, the things.
You'd rather see, back row, would rather see 3 TVs instead of.
No, I'd rather see 2 large TVs.
Okay.
And I think that there are opportunities, to hang some sort of signage, because it doesn't have to be as large, with that names the bar and that kind of thing, and it could be a little bit more forward. But I think that the plan is a beautiful plan. It really works well. I think it's very well laid out. And I'm super excited. The only thing that I would punch out was the TVs.
Yeah, I mean, it's the elixir bar that need, is that, set in stone? Is that flexible?
That's up to you guys. That's, so Debbie's overseeing that. That was her vision.
I named the bar.
Okay. Is there, like possibility for theming or anything like that? Or, obviously the bar is fantastic. I'm asking on behalf of what probably homeowners would ask.
We're trying to elevate the experience at the resort for the purposes of elevating the guest quality of different demographics. Okay. Karen has done a lot of research and has a lot of connections in the travel world, and I have confirmed that this is true. This is a very saturated market that we're in, and we need to find an identity for the resort that makes us stand out from the others. So the game area is going to be called the Lawn. The future orchard with the fruits and the fruit-bearing trees. It's going to simply be named the orchard. Organic herbs. This space out here where the playground is likely going to be called the sanctuary. So if you kind of put all those names together, we're trying to create an identity that's kind of a little bit more health and fitness and holistic wellness. To support the current trends in travel and
experiential.
And exactly. And in hopes that the people that are looking to book for a party, if they look at that and they go, oh, they have a Tai Chi circle and the sanctuary, oh, maybe I don't want to come here and bring my noise. So that's kind of where some of this is coming from.
Or we do want to come here and it'll attract a demographic that is a little bit more affluent. Probably willing to pay a little bit more money. Now, we don't want to do this at the sacrifice of things for, for our core demographic, which is, the kids and the Disney thing and that sort of thing. The future splash pad area, future, half court basketball, courts and stuff like that. We want to do those things, but we want to keep those things in areas that are conducive so that they're all kind of together, like Solterra Splash, right? Naming this area Solterra Splash because it tells the story, right? This is where the water park is. This is where the lazy river is. This is where the splash pad is going to be. This is where, we're going to come to splash around, right? So Solterra Splash.
I think, so some of my questions, and this might, would it be okay if we discuss this maybe in the next town hall? Maybe,
Sure.
I mean,
I
don't know.
Well, I don't know, what are we supposed to vote on?
I do not want to take the name of the bar to the homeowners because there's going to be very, very strong opinions any way you look at it, and ultimately nobody is going to be able to decide. I've kind of been working on a preliminary logo, which takes the existing logo and the colors and kind of ties everything together for some cohesiveness. And I think that ultimately the homeowners want the property values, lower cost, and a good experience for the guests. And at the end of the day, what we call this, if that is not going to be conducive to those three things, I don't really think that
everybody's going to have an opinion, right? And we've run into this before where we have a lot of different opinions. People throw out all these different things. I can only tell you that, Debbie came up with this name. She came up with several names. And when I heard that name, I was like, oh my gosh, an elixir is a cure. And I love that. I love that. So for me, health, wellness, a cure, and Greg's been working on, on natural kind of oriented drinks and stuff like that have natural ingredients. And I think that sets us apart too. I mean, you could go there and get your vodka and tonic or gin and tonics, whatever you want. I'm not a drinker, I don't care, but I love the logo because I love the way the X, flows into the, and kind of that little flair. It's clear, it's concise. The colors are very much in keeping with the rest of our branding, the palm trees, the sunset, which is kind of, keeping with the bar. And I just love the fact that martini grows out of the X. I think it's a really.
Real quick, can I ask Joe some questions? My ultimate quest is 5-star reviews, right? Safety, homeowners, and then 5-star reviews. And I think this is amazing. If we were to, Orlando is definitely known for theming, and people come here and love themes, meaning if we could license and make the Orlando Cheers bar, or the Orlando, how I mentioned, Mother Bar, or something that people are like, oh my gosh, that's where the one place is. It doesn't go along with the theme of the grove or the garden or the lawn and things like that, but people would they want to come for that? Like, is that even worth looking into, or is it just food? Just fill the bar, people get drinks, like, don't worry about it. I guess my thought was we have an opportunity to build something that could be an elevated bar experience. We've got budget for it, got the money for it, we've got some opportunities down that we've never had before in the past. Bar, fantastic. I have no issues with this. Is there something that we haven't stopped and looked at, like, if we did it this way, it might put Solterra on the map? And my thought would be, right, if we put a Elixir bar up and it goes there, I don't think people are gonna come running into it. Oh my gosh, the Elixir bar, I've gotta go and travel the world to go stay there. Is there something like a tent pole that we could get that would be like, man, I wanna go, and I don't know if the bar is that or not, meaning the bar is a moneymaker. I have no issue, but I guess that was kind of my question that I want to ask. And I didn't think about it for homeowner. I think the homeowner would love seeing it, so I don't think it's a problem. I always like to just include them in the conversation, because I think it's worthwhile. They've paid for that. They're the ones who are paying every year for that to go in. So to simply do it again, meaning they could do the suggestion, but we still can vote Elixir bar and run away.
Well, I'm cool, for me personally, I can only speak for myself, but I'm cool with having the general concept and the idea and the floor plan and everything else on the town hall. I think that that's a great idea, always engage, right? But when you start getting into the nitty gritty of every single detail of every single thing that we are doing, all the mechanics of it, everybody has an opinion. Everybody gets angry when their opinion isn't the prevailing thing. No, they do. I've been doing this for 5 years on this board. And they do. They
could do a poll of like your top 3 names.
Poll of the top 3 names. It's just.
Oh, really?
So first of all, on the WhatsApp chat, there were out of 1,180 300 people.
One second, just so I can get Karen on the record.
So out of 1,188 homeowners in this community, we have maybe 300 people on the WhatsApp chat, of which maybe, unless, that one time that we were talking about the orchard, I think we had a record 57 people or something who weighed in, yes, pro on all of that stuff. But other than that, we have maybe 10 people on the town hall, typically, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And most of those are board members, right? Board members and HOA members. And then beyond that, on these polls, out of those 250 people, 300 people who are on the WhatsApp chat, on these polls, maybe 30 or 40 weigh in out of 1,188. Now, where do we stop? Do we stop at the name? Do we stop at the concept? Do we stop at the design? Where is it that we stop in getting everybody's little opinion on every little thing? And I'm not diminishing people's opinions. I'm just saying that, I know Debbie's worked very hard on it. I think it's a great thing. I think it's a great concept. I'm in on it, but she sold me from go, right? If for some reason people get the feeling like, oh, the name has to change or the logo has to change, that's like what, $100 thing. Like, that's not that big of a deal. We can change it if it's not working for us. I think just the fact that we have a bar out here, a sports bar and everything else, build it and they will come. And it will make money for us. I just want to belabor the name.
No,
That's where we're going.
be able to move forward with the plans for the orchard, with the fruit trees, and have Greg harvesting fruit and using that in daily drink specials. And, he can get more tenders that can, make some fancy dry-based drinks, and it really will look like that.
Supervisor Miller had I think he was trying to.
You have any thoughts? Yeah, yeah, I think part of it too, and I discussed it before, is, and this is however you guys decide to do it, taking it to town halls, kind of discussing it, selling it. Obviously, my nature is what I started in, so I very much, if I have an idea, I'll be able to sell it to people. But
Bobby, I'm coming to you next.
you can have a board, you can have a bar idea that is ongoing, that is being built, that is being done, and towards the very end, that's your sign. So you guys can sit there and say, what are the light lights gonna be? What are all these things that you guys wanna see? So you can be moving towards this, and then at the very end, what's the final iteration of what it is that we wanna see? Because again, that's what we're working on too with the lawn, is as that gets done, I'm coming and saying, guys, it's with everything we talked about before in terms of lookbooks or design, one informs another, it's the same for merchandise, everything else. We're running out of uniforms. We got best of holdovers, we're doing, as I'm trying to design signs for the lawn, so it's ready, day one. This is where, you guys are a really good point to go. What is your logo gonna be? Is it gonna be that?
Right.
What is every zone that you guys are building out? What do you want it to be? And some of those things you may say, we want everybody's feedback on, some of them you may have something where you already feel like something informs that decision. You're the elected officials.
And that's exactly what I'm saying. Right now, we need to be discussing the concepts. And I agree with putting the concept up in the town hall, because there may be ideas that our homeowners have that we haven't thought of, that we may need mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and need to plan for, because it's a really good idea that we haven't thought of and we want to incorporate it, right? So those are the kinds of things that I think at this juncture is what we need to be bringing up at the town hall, so that we can make adaptations as it makes sense based upon that input. I think right now to be, discussing the name or the logo is kind of like, it doesn't make sense. And if that's gonna hold up the process, because it just doesn't make sense. I'd rather talk about.
So pause on the name, pause on the branding, let's continue with just the architectural opinions.
Yeah, sharing this.
Give me one sec, so Supervisor Boissard's on the call. Bobby, come on.
Thank you. So I'm not concerned with the name or anything like everyone. I'm in agreement, with moving forward and getting big things for Solterra. My concern is parking. We keep building stuff, and every time we build something, we're getting more people coming to the main center. We're getting more people in Solterra. We don't have a place for them to park. So on Thursday, Friday, Saturdays, we're being harassed at the gatehouse. Hey, I have 5 parking permits. I can't find a single spot to use the parking permits in. So my concern is we're going to build some big, beautiful concept, and then we're going to have people come here to use that or to buy stuff from us, and they have no place to park.
We have the golf cart, yeah. We have the golf cart.
I think that's where the golf cart comes in handy, because I personally don't want to accommodate people who are drinking to park and drive home. So I'd rather they either use the golf cart or they walk home after.
But they might not just be there to drink. There's a lot of people that just come up to eat that don't drink. And right now, even our staff don't have room to park.
That's a different conversation. And then that's not about the bar, but which is where we are right now.
The golf cart should help the parking situation.
And the golf cart should definitely help. I think the golf cart is a brilliant idea, and and that's an imperative, no matter what conversation we're having, right? Whether it's about the cafe, the bar, the pool, events, just as it is right now. So parking, of course, is always an issue. And that's something that, after we get through this budget, I have a lot of ideas about adding parking along Solterra Boulevard. that we absolutely can do. And it's not gonna be as expensive. We're not gonna have to worry about drainage like we had to when we were talking about where the sand volleyball court is. We can do it along Solterra Boulevard. There's a lot of CDD land on either side of Solterra Boulevard that we can add those parking spaces like they have in every downtown district in the country, in the world. It's not a big deal. We can add a ton of parking that way, but without really negatively impacting the view of, the look, the aesthetics of the community. It's just something that we haven't explored before. We've been looking for squares of land, and we don't need squares of land. We need 10 feet.
Yeah. No,
We need 10 feet.
come on parking.
I think I would still push back. I think it's fantastic to run this by the community in the town hall, where they know, and we'll be discussing this and talking about it.
The plans.
The plans, yeah,
Okay.
and I think the plan is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think we definitely want a bar. I think there's revenue opportunities for the bar. What I'm saying is just, is there maybe a step above it? It doesn't even need to happen. I think if it happened exactly as it is right here, it's probably would be fantastic for Solterra. So I think what I would want to do is, and Karen, I would push back on the idea of not including the homeowner because it's the nitty gritty. When we started to make changes, all of the best changes that we have made have come from the homeowners and the community, as we have been like,
I'm
let's.
saying about this,
Yeah.
I'm just saying right now for the town hall, we don't need to be discussing the name and the logo.
There,
Right now, we need to be discussing this, and I agree, and I said that I think we should bring it up in the town hall
That's right, yeah.
because homeowners may have ideas that we have not
That's exactly-
considered yet. And in order to consider those ideas, we have to hear them first, and then we have to prepare for the infrastructure. And that's why that's the conversation that we have to have on the town hall right now.
That's right.
Is about an actual plan. So you don't have to push back on
Plan
me.
first, yeah.
That's what I said.
Plans, and then the name will come is what I'm thinking. Like,
So are we ready to have staff take this plan to bond council and insurance to get their feedback of what we're doing?
I think so.
I think
If we
Supervisor
wanna
Murray wants to
add-
present it at the town.
Can we wait till the day after the town hall to see if there's any, I mean, we can.
I mean, it's-
This is gonna be posted in the homeowners group for people to review before then.
Because whenever you can just say, the chair will let staff know when you're ready to start running it through. I mean, it's a conceptual idea, it's Greg also.
Yeah, it's,
So-
just submit a conceptual idea instead
Yeah.
of waiting until.
And then if there are nudges that need to be made based upon homeowners,
Some revisions.
some revisions,
Okay.
that won't affect
So
bond
we can go
council.
ahead and get the conversation.
I think
I
we
think
should.
so, yes.
I think the layout
The sooner
of
we
this,
get
what you guys thought through was
The sooner
fantastic.
we're gonna have revenue.
Well
And
done.
we saw that with the cafe, and it has had a major impact. And I can tell you this, and maybe you can confirm, my understanding of the food and beverage industry is that your profit margins on food, while it's good and we're doing well there, I think it's what, 80-20 on liquor? Yeah, 80-20 on liquor, 80 being the profit, right? So the sooner we get this done, and there are a lot of drinkers out here, the sooner we get this done. Right.
Can I ask a couple questions real quick?
Absolutely.
Can you walk us through, when you spec this out, was it based on maximum seats? Was it based on best use of the space?
Walk through with Craig. Yeah, and if anyone in Morris area, we kind of tossed one of some ideas on what fit. We think that layout would be the most fit best.
And it looks, to me, it makes a lot of sense.
Kind of, I've been in the work industry in the since '90.
When
it takes to build that.
Architect was here as well, and he did point out that if we do anything that's 20 seats or more, then it becomes a bigger project, and that there's more things that need to be done, and so this fits in, but then we have additional seating here that's not at the bar proper, so we have 16 bar seats this will allow us for additional ADA, because we'll have this here. And then we have what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
15 seats plus
Yeah.
16, so 32 seats.
We have 3 now or 4 now? This year's.
4 over there.
So we'll go from 4 to 16.
And that's not even too far over there.
One thing to throw into the mix as you guys are talking, so working with Joe, we have the pool resurface project coming in. That's gonna be in terms of timeline of when we can expect this car. So I think the pool is set to shut down probably around November, I think is the current.
No, the main pool in January.
January?
Right after the first of the year.
We gotta review.
Y'all have to, yeah, y'all have to.
So what was it, it was 8 weeks for the lazy river, so 8 weeks is 2 months from the beginning in September, November, okay. So December timeframe, maybe to start the pool resurface.
So does it make sense if we get all of this going and in the right timeline and for budgetary reasons, does it make sense that we would be able to get this permitted and started so that this is happening in tandem with the pool resurfacing? Because if this area is being worked on, it would be great if that's the same time frame. Is that?
That's correct. So that's what we're getting to. So I think it's better, once the pool shuts down, to start working on the bar, or do you want to do bar with lazy river?
Logistically, in our conversation with them, they will not be able to permit this when the Lazy River project started.
Okay.
They said that they needed
So
about
that's what's in
60
the
days of permitting. And so that's
December,
why
January,
after the holiday season is over and we do the main pool, it would be a perfect opportunity to dig it all up.
Okay, so.
That way the whole area is kind of shut down.
Yeah, which is what makes sense to me logically. So in terms of that expectation,
No, are we still gonna, remember we talked about previously access to some of the additional lifestyle funds, trying to get the value adds, and then we worked with our truck broker to try to get stuff in here throughout that whole period of time, so that if whatever impact that has, we could get.
yeah, so take that into consideration. We
Yeah,
want,
I mean,
we want to
like
allocate some
think-
funds.
I would like to think that the cafe can provide service to the Lazy River space from the back gate, maybe, you know, around that way to, but you guys would have to be staffing that, doing.
The board just needs to understand that we have to allocate some additional costs for lifestyles, so that while we're in construction, we could still satisfy the guest services.
Is there some low cost way that we could repurpose that area that we're thinking that we may be calling sanctuary later on? So that we have like picnic tables out there or something like that, so that food service could happen out there as well. We're not just, isolated to the Lazy River area, or pick up for the lawn games area or something like that, where we have picnic tables too, but there are only going to be 4 picnic tables out there, I think. But is there some way that sanctuary area could, that we could put in some temporary sort of picnic tables or something that could later on be relocated more permanently, but at least.
Yeah, we just need a proposal for the picnic tables themselves, and once you approve it, we'll get them there, and then later on, if it's a different area, then we'll relocate it.
You also could look into renting picnic tables. I know there's some companies in Polk County that will let you rent for.
Yeah, but I think we're going to be adding picnic tables anyway, so we may as well purchase them and then just move them when we're ready to move them. Because renting should be pretty expensive.
Question for the vendor real quick. So if our timeline is that December to start, and we want to approve some tentative plans, they might be revised. What's the timeline? Do we have to get them in before September? We have to have them in before October?
It's gonna take about 60 days for the permit.
There it is.
Okay, so.
And any pre-planning before you submit what you need to for permitting?
But we have to RFP this one.
So we probably have.
So what is the?
1,100 feet.
No.
I do want to make sure that this is reviewed by Greg as the district engineer, since it's a structural change. We need to make sure bond counsel is on board, you know, it should be something we amend to add into our department's F&B agreement. And then also insurance to make sure we have everything that they need to feel comfortable with it.
And how long does that process take?
I can send out those emails this afternoon after the
That's
meeting.
why we need to do it.
And then start making those coordinations. There may be just, you know, to prepare the board. There could be things that they come back with and say, we need to do X, Y, and Z that would need to come back to the board.
So do you feel like 2 months is a safe period of time for you to pull all of that together and make whatever changes we need to address any insurance or other concerns?
So,
Okay, so 2 months. I want a worst case scenario, right? So 2 months for us, 2 months for you, right? And if there, and that would give us time if there are any little nudges that, you know, homeowners, you know, have some good ideas or we want to make, that'll give us, you know, that 2-week period to make those nudges so that when you go in for permitting, we don't have to consistently reinvent the wheel, send it, we know what it's like at the building department, having to go back there and with amended plans and stuff like that is a real pain in the butt and very time consuming. So if we can work with you and bond counsel and everybody else that we need
so the plan
insurance.
would be to have a final plan in the October meeting is what I'm hearing, is a final.
Right, September, October, so we can come up with a final plan at the worst case scenario, November. And then you guys can get going on permitting the plan.
You won't be here in November?
I mean, is it?
Okay. So,
Could we vote today on a not to exceed for this? That even though there might be some fluctuations, we want to move forward so that we can meet the permitting deadline. And we can be able to have it and just say, if there's any big red flags, we can chat about it again later. Or do you think that it needs to hold and go through the due process?
As you know, I'm a pretty conservative person in my advice. So I would say to try and have a final plan and everyone's in agreement in October,
yeah,
in case something has to change. And maybe not everybody can be.
Not September.
I think we need to push for September because if we wait till October, they're not gonna have the time that they need to start this project.
We can try and get into September. And I was going off of the 2 months.
But they're not gonna start doing stuff until we get our proverbial stuff together.
So,
but if we have it together in September, if we have it together in October, November, December.
That's right.
And so they're starting in January, so that's perfect timing.
Well, yes and no, because in our conversations, if I remember correctly, you need to pull all your permitting, but then you all have to manufacture everything in-house before you can actually bring it here and start the bill.
How long is the build out? How long will the build out be? From the time that you get your permits, what is the build out?
from on-site or manufacturing?
Everything, from beginning to end.
So.
You get the permits are approved by the building department. And
First, we need to contract it, then
We're not making any contract, is the contract with your group. We move forward with design drawings. These are just preliminary drawings from Greg's and Debbie and Sean and I.
right.
So.
And we'll have all of that settled because it will have gone through permitting at that point. So from the time you get the permits and you get the go-ahead from the building department, everything has been filed and we're moving forward. How long does it take you to fabricate?
Additional 60
An
days.
additional 60 days. So if we get this done in October, then you could actually start construction in December, which is perfect timing for the pool.
Yeah.
And once we manufacture everything in a plant. So once the downtime for the space is only gonna be maybe 2 weeks, maybe 3. Because everything we built, we just gonna install.
Right, but we need you to start within the time frame of that pool being resurfaced. And that pool being resurfaced is a 6-week period, so that gives you a nice big cushion window. So I think that's sufficient. It seems like the timeline is that if we can get this preliminarily approved for you to go to the bond, and insurance and take care of that in 2 months. By then, we will have gone through the town halls, we will have assimilated the ideas for the plans and everything else. You guys could then march it over to go through permitting, which is 2 months, which takes us through November, December, and then, you're off and running.
When's the town hall?
Town hall is 2 weeks.
Yeah, second Thursday, third.
Yeah.
Joe, any thoughts if we were to move this forward today or within 30 days? I mean, obviously the sooner, it seems like want to move forward with this, seems like the timing could be perfect for having it done when the pool is done if we move quick. Any thoughts or concerns or yays or nays on this process if we were to give the green light?
We're letting the board, you tell us what to do, we let you have.
Obviously, bring it back to the end.
Yeah, the sooner you get us a little bit weird.
October is your worst case.
Can you
So-
always take like 2 minutes to just kind of tell everyone what your, some of your accounts are and what some of the projects you've done?
Since 1992, we've been doing primary restaurant interiors. We did a lot of work with garden restaurants, we did 400 Red Lobsters in 10 years, CC 52s. Olive Garden. Did Stonewood Tavern and Grills, Beach Valleys, Hard Rock, you name it, we've been doing build outs. So we have a little niche that we do everything in-house. We design, we're a design build. We have architects and subcontractors we've been working with their relationships for years. And I don't know, I'm thinking you'd be disappointed with the end result.
Yeah, everything we've seen thus far is good.
What we'd like to do is, for your town hall, is to have a presentation ready for you, a color presentation.
Yeah.
Good. Okay.
I think the homeowners would want to see if there's a way to visually.
They're visual, not to be able to take these architecturals and visualize it. So if we could do a color rendering of it, I think it'd be very helpful.
I think that'd be fantastic, yeah, we could have those by within 2 weeks. So I mean.
So can you provide them with the date and the access for the town hall so that they can present the same way that,
Joe, I'm gonna have this email.
did, or
Okay.
the security company did, because that was most helpful to have SimLive on that call. And I think it would be the same thing. here.
July 20th.
Zoom out to some.
At 6 o'clock.
Nice.
And then almost really what they function really well is do a lot of like what if, like, as soon as Karen called it, she was like, what about a parent that has a kid that's in the water? I never thought of that, I'm like, that's a lot of concern about that. So, but I think that, there will be other things like that that come through, and that's what we would want to, when that kind of goes through, then I think we have the ability to move forward, which I guess my question would be, can we vote to move forward now, or should we wait until October, which puts us closer?
Look at the timeline, TMs, right? 60 days to permitting, 60 days to construction. If you go through the town hall in August, you give these, renderings to a resident review, their visuals, and you come in September and you approve it, your worst case is approval in October. So if you approve in September, you're ready to look at a schedule. Worst case, if you approve in October, you're still meeting the December start date. So you got time
If
to
someone
go.
didn't make it to a meeting, we're down to 4 now, then we didn't hit quorum.
Forms 3.
But if someone got sick, something happened, we wouldn't be able to vote on it. So I guess my question is, if we're gonna move forward, could we vote on it today?
You could. It's just, you guys wanted to bring this to the town.
Yeah.
Yes, but the final plan will be what's in the town. Not whether we participated.
That's right. This was.
No, agree. Just to save time though, if you're, let's say you are gonna make revisions, and if your worst case scenario is October, and we're gonna meet in September. So again, September, if you have the town hall in August, September, you'll have the
But
last.
it doesn't matter, because the revisions are gonna happen in a year. That's gonna take time. We've got 2 months. We've got 2 months to go to our bondholders and also to go to insurance, to make revisions that we're gonna get the ideas for in 2 weeks. So we've got plenty of time. I'd rather leave us extra time than to push it back and then we come up short.
I don't think we're pushing anything back. We've already reached out. We're going to show them what we have to start getting those ideas.
Yeah, I consider
It's this.
What would be the purpose of holding it? What would be the benefit?
Vote, but the purpose is this. He's asking me, do I need to make a decision today? I'm saying, you actually.
He's saying, can we make a decision?
Correct.
Not do I need to.
If someone's, oh, you can't.
And so it's a difference, so we can, and it won't hurt us to do that because we can still make the decision. Correct. Right, so.
Go. Yeah, all right.
Wait till next month. Okay, then let's do it.
All right, I'd like to make a motion that we, approve estimate from direct Miller for $183,750, with maybe a small contingency fund, not to exceed beyond that. 10%. 10%, to begin the process of, design drawings, to be able to present it on town hall, knowing that there may be some adjustments or things like that, or things that, there might be some crazy comments, and we'll just say, hey, that's right, but I think we want to be able to field it, and the homeowners get involved, and then we'll give you the direction on what to happen at the end of that. And also have everything checked from a legal standpoint, district engineer standpoint, so.
The biggest one to me is I want Greg to look at it.
That's right. So I mean, can we approve it now? You talk with Greg, assuming Greg does not have any issues, we then can proceed with payments and renderings and get the two.
Yeah, I think that that's what we need to do. I think that if we miss the opportunity to do the construction simultaneously, we're gonna have a beautiful pool with a huge mess of extraction in here. And then we, just have a nice new pool resurfaced and a grand opening, celebration for the bar, and Greg starts the new year.
So is that
With,
Second.
Second from. All in favor?
Aye.
Votes. Favor. Bobby?
Aye.
All right, opposed, motion carries 4-0. I have approval of estimate from direct millwork bar bid and architect plan not to exceed of $118,750 with a 10% reserve allocation for unexpected expenses. Okay. All right.
See you guys on the ground.
Wonderful, everybody.
Do you want to call? I'll be probably seeing more of you.
Sorry?
Said I'll probably be seeing more of you.
Yeah. So, to move forward with renderings, it's a 10% retention. And then we'll be ready for your town hall.
Yes, send us an invoice. They already approved, so you're. Yeah.
We check with his engineer first.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, and then, let me send you,
I think they're.
give you this. Send me an email with your invoice for the 10%, so legal's gonna draft an agreement, you're gonna sign that. We'll process that.
That's good,
Thank you for coming.
You've already seen
When did we create was a good text to you?
I spent a lot of time, so it's not bad.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Very good. Everybody's good. General manager good. I'm sorry, you guys talking.
Nice to meet you.
Oh, so nice to meet you.
It was Sean. Sean, pleasure to meet you. Thanks for coming by. Okay.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, have a wonderful weekend. I'll turn it over to the man of the hour, Joe Bowens.
Yes. Okay, here we go.
Yeah.
Award-winning Joe Bullens, by the way.
I'm boring by comparison. No, I have,
Greg, thank you.
thanks, Greg.
Thank you, Greg.
No, I probably was in the I was, 14 hours in the car yesterday, so I'm.
Wow.
That was just getting going in.
That's terrible. No, guys, I mean, honestly, it's, most of what we've been doing is, it's just project management this month for the ongoing stuff. I'll go into an executive summary of financials and everything, but right now, I think everybody's kind of beating on about the weather enough, so I think we know kind of where we're at with that. It has slowed progress in the lawn a bit. Everything's in. All turf's in. All of the groundwork sand is in. The additional sand for the volleyball stuff is in. The volleyball, rebuild, stuff is all in. It's outside. It's charged. It's ready to go. That'll be the next thing that goes in. So they'll put the footers in, drop those puppies in. This is a full, unlike the old system, which was just kind of tightening and everything that goes in. This is kind of real deal. It has a kind of a ratchet system. It can be raised and lowered. Yeah, if you raise and lower, so if anybody wants to come, I think there's some newer kind of like beach ball sort of games they're playing on college campuses with it much lower. We can do that as well. We actually walked with them, recently because the original version of, the putting green, yeah. The original version of the putting green is 6 hole, right? We wanted 9, so it's a 9. Okay, so they're gonna be the 9. It's no extra cost. It's gonna be a full 30 feet, so it goes almost the distance of the volleyball. Yeah, that entire length. And then obviously it's about 15 feet wide, so it's gonna look really good.
Awesome.
So we're super stoked on that. Yeah, for the most part, we're just waiting for the weather to cooperate, and then they just start running really quickly. The lawn chest pieces, I think I'm gonna return the first set. They came in a little shorter than I expected. Again,
they're over there?
Yeah, we kind of like it to just be like slightly at hip height.
Yeah.
It was about at Joe's like under me. That's a lot of back work that I don't want to do, right? So we're gonna send those back and try to get them a little taller, not a big deal. All the Hollywood has come in. A lot of chairs in the back were in much rougher shape than we had thought. I mean, a lot of them had full on corrosion through, not something that we would be selling. So we kind of leveraged our relationship with Amenity to kind of allow us to get those off site while we're, getting the new ones in. So all of the chairs, all the new lines are done and they're in place. The tables came in, the Adirondacks, some of the sets were waiting on some new screw sets to come in, because some of the screw sets didn't. And then some of the tables that came in, they did bar height. So it's, these things have 17 word names. And instead of, Adirondacks, like gray, bar height, or block, it's a bar height. So we've sent those, send us the new ones, we'll send back the other ones. Quick turnaround on that, I think probably 2 weeks into that project.
Yeah.
So we'll be done with all of that. Looks really good back there. With all the new furniture and kind of complete. Obviously, this is kind of the year of, especially now, I'm just in the year of giving. So I think people are gonna know what's going on. But yeah, most of it has just been, not as exciting, but still important. The Wildwood, little depression was fixed. It wasn't anything as it relates to infrastructure.
Okay.
It's just the last time they did the fix, it was a compaction issue. So they came out, they took care of it, it's good, everything's fine. And we got it closed back up pretty quickly. Let's see here, financials. So in terms of that, this is kind of the day. So we are a bit, I think year over year, we're about a 12% decrease in terms of where we want to be. So the cabana rentals have actually helped. Where we're down, and we really kind of dove into the analytics on that, we're down on your large group, leisure fee patron transactions. That's where you're seeing 31% of your reduction. So your small groups are holding. It's your large groups. Now,
does that mean that people are renting fewer of the 10 bedrooms and up?
yes. Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, you're getting a lot more smaller groups than you are the bigger groups. Now, initially, I think most people would go, well, the theme parks are slower, but I don't really like those
They're
kind of
not.
excuses.
But they're not.
Really, that accounts for maybe 2% of that. So they are softer, they're not that soft. So the theme parks are not that. So what I've been doing is I've been going around talking to a lot of your SDR owners, just trying to see like what are they actually seeing on the ground. Those that I've spoken to so far, they are selling or they're renting out the smaller, still park, but the smaller units, and their rental numbers are strong. So it's just your big unit sort of rentals right now.
Is that, are you seeing more of a slowdown from, say, the larger units that are on Broad Oak, or more of a slowdown from the larger units in Villatown?
I don't want to necessarily get ahead of the data that I have, so I'd have to give the Village Hall to see. Again, Village Hall's numbers are fairly strong. They pay separately and during the house account. Their numbers are pretty strong, so I would not chalk it up to that. I do think Broad Oak, I haven't spoken to the owners there. I'd like to. I think that's where we're probably seeing the largest.
There are a few houses on Oakhorn.
Yeah.
I know that there are a couple of houses on Oakhorn that are constantly rented.
Right.
So, the larger houses, the 10 beds.
And look, some of it can completely, I'm not gonna say it's not, but some of it, again, with the weather that we've been having, we were doing okay with the 3 o'clock rainstorms. That was okay, because it would rain 2 hours later and back up. That was fine. But when we get multiple bands, the lack of being able to communicate out to guests when we're open versus when we're not, versus when we're open. So it could very well be that I contact Grotto and they may say, guys, we're still renting. If you're looking at Frontier, it's fine. They may say, guys, we're still renting. It's just my people don't want to walk all the way to the clubhouse because it's closed every 3 hours with the rain.
Have we been hitting capacity at all?
We have hit capacity. Typically it is, on the weekends when we're throwing parties, we're doing kind of more of the fun stuff.
Right.
There have been a few oddballs, but I do we've had some weird days where a Tuesday we'll do 5,800 for the cafe, right? 5,800 versus like a labor spend 300. And then we'll have yesterday where we did 585.
But it rained.
And every time we reset the timer, we get.
You'd hope that we'd pick up on deliveries then,
Exactly.
And if we had really great cracking pizza ovens, pizza and wings.
And that's what we talked about before in terms of doing like lost leads with those shady pizzas.
Could we do like rainy day specials? That would really kind of speak to.
But then how do we get it out there? So we don't really have a mechanism to get the special information. Which is why we need like Simulip, that we could update that stuff in real time. Somebody could, open up their app on their phone and say, oh.
Or get an alert.
And within reason, that's what I've been talking with, whether they'll do it or not. I've been trying to kind of like twist Chris's arm, because obviously he does a lot on the website. Trying to find a way in which we can pair everything together.
So that they can say, hey, the pool's open or the pool's closed for weather.
Because a lot of people just message me directly, what is the current status of the pool? And I'll tell them and they can send their guests. But yes, obviously, if we had a capacity tracker that's live, that's gonna help guests a lot in terms of, I'm gonna even make the trip because they're already at capacity, or the weather tracker, that's gonna be huge.
So to save you time, because I know, you probably get enough texts from me in the day to take up your good time. But if you're getting texts from homeowners and having to answer them and everything else, is there a way that we can, alert people to all of the homeowners and then leave it to them to alert their guests? Can we do like push texts if they opt in, so that when there's a change, when there's a closure, when there's something like that, you type in one thing, push it out to all the homeowners and let them inform their guests?
Yeah, so we have a facility for 2 mechanisms. We have front steps right now. That's more of an HOA side thing, and prefer not to utilize that one. Then we have constant contact, but I think it's probably your best bet. And then I would just have to parse through who's allowed for the push notifications, make sure the data is as up to date as possible. I think right before we transitioned, I think they're already going to push to make sure that the data was as up to date as possible, because I worked with Jamie with transferring, our info from HOA back and forth. We would just need to make sure that's all correct and then pushing it. It's still a fairly low tech solution for what I'd like to see us at eventually. And I do think that obviously the option on the table for the future that I think gets us there. But I think this is a good example of why we're considering things like that. Is because we do have a better way of communicating site-wide to guests kind of in real time, like where we're at. Because again, for most people, if you're walking from, Acorn in the front, or if you're walking from Broad Oak in the back, just to run into a capacity situation, that's an immediate bad situation. We do whatever we can to try to assist and make that better, but sometimes you can't even, win those back. So, just food.
Joe, I have a quick comment.
Yeah.
So I know we're talking about maybe just notifying homeowners. We do have that resource in PropTIA currently, where an admin can go into PropTIA and they can do a system-wide notification to just homeowners, property managers. That's something that, we could look at rolling out. Obviously, PropTIA is on its way out, but it is something that we have accessible to us as of right now that's not costing us any additional funding.
Yeah. So we could try and utilize that, that as well.
It would be possible, like within the next 30 days, if we did one rainy day special, where we know it's gonna be a day with lots of rain, and we just see if we do one blast and be like, you can get pizzas for $9.99.
Yeah.
If you order online right now, and it's according to that, be like, have them do a push and see what happens. Like, if we could just give it a whirl, be like, hey, look, we got 20 orders, 50 orders.
Like in a pizza.
Yeah, we can, after the pizza, I take that, after the pizza.
Yeah, part of that too, we're working with internally with Artemis, because part of it too is we don't want to send, if it's a super bad lightning storm, we also don't want to send a golf cart playing around there as well. So part of it is us looking at what the required insurances are for the staff to allow them to use a personal vehicle that is then kind of on Artemis to do. So we are looking at that as well, and Artemis kind of rolled out their own thing where everybody has to supply their insurance. So we're kind of working it from that angle too, because that's something I took them and said, what happens if we're in that case? Because I don't want them getting blown all over the water in there too. So, but yeah, no, we can definitely, we plan for it and then just have a really good test day and kind of see how it goes. But yeah, I'm gonna do that. Staffing deployment's been strong, at about 98.6% utilization, across amenities. Now, that being said, again, some days, and we've been monitoring those closely, be able to send people home early. And let me just come down and see if we've got anything else. Should have been. Yeah, I mean, Clubhouse continue. We're still offering Clubhouse to the 10 p.m. Which is what we set it to. The feedback from that's been really great. I feel like we've actually had quite a number of people that have been checking in later and coming in. So the ability to have the ladies or people at the front desk and concierge to be able to work with them and get them set up and get them their passes, I think it's been very much appreciated.
That's fantastic.
And again, because it's down to under wonderful scheduling, it's coming no cost increase to the CDD. So, I mean, facilities wise, again, resort pools, they weren't here to say that they repaired a lazy river plumbing color issue and a thruster thing. Brian and I worked on that, Simon worked on that, and it's you signed it, but it was done within a very brief period of time. So, I mean, from our end, I know it's not as exciting as everything else is going, but things are moving, things are flowing, and I don't really have any complaints.
I have a couple questions. When we do the volleyball court, when they have pro volleyball tours, they have these beautifully looking nets that have like the words in it. Could we look at maybe getting some custom ones when it says Solterra Resort Volleyball that just looks nice and clean, and then just order maybe 5 of them and keep them tucked away in the drawer somewhere? I think that'd be great because it's such a visual right in front. Big photos, it's great to have in there. Number 2, the old land pyramid, is that been sold? Is that still children?
No, it'll be on Sue, Exercise Systems, Sue is your provider, who they were going to basically, put in all the info that is currently in there. The owner that's retiring, we just sold, over to some of his partners, so we're trying to renegotiate that whole thing with the new partner. Once that's done, then obviously we have to close that up. To your point about volleyball, the new system coming in, the net going in is a pro level. Prior to that, we had to discuss where we want to go logo wise and everything else. So what will go out there right now is, you'll have the royal blue padding for both sides and the royal blue net. So it is obviously super helpful, because once you guys determine what logo you want me to do, that same site can easily do it. So we can certainly just, once we need to, we just transition right over to keep those as a backup, in case something ever happen, but yeah, we can certainly do that.
All right, is it, so on top of that, we talked about kind of rebranding Solterra shirts, the logos, things that we have like that. Is that something that, if you could bring forward a proposal maybe on and allocate X number of dollars to bring on a branding team or a design team and say, look, here's what we have. We've got a cafe, we've got this, if we wanted to, and we've got other things that we want to build. So it feels like now would maybe be a good time, if that might be a use of money. I would think, not want to spend everything, but I think what you said, we're now in a season where we can grow. And I think if we're about to start growing, I think having that beyond with one person that's got everything in line, I think it'd be valuable.
No, it's not be bigger.
What are our colors and nothing else in this day? No more questions and we know what we're doing and we can go from there.
No, we'll do that, because that's really, I'm talking to Brian about it since that day one. We had a lot of projects coming in, but I was like, to really get a good solid playbook that informs us, whether it's just, if Simon says, literally, but if Simon says, hey, we gotta swap out the school signs because they're cracked or they're broken.
You mean that Debbie and Karen's chat GPT design studio isn't sufficient?
It's fine, no, it's fine, it's great, it's super helpful.
One person, that a company that could be with us for a while, and then like, can you handle the assets as we need them? Some sort of contract that's, 12 or 24 month retainer type stuff, and they want to see it, and then they pump everything out. So you're right, signs, things are all, like, our pool signs, are look the same as.
It has to be, it has to be correct.
That's what they, WWDD, what would this be?
Yeah.
Right.
That's true.
A lot of great resorts consultants out there, and again, we can really keep it bare minimum in terms of, hey guys, and
Right.
see, here's our ideas, but we just kind of need something to guide us. Because again, I'll tell you, I have a huge pet peeve about a lot of random stuff looking, just.
Oh, I know, the signs in the front by the gate, those colors and then all of those.
Blue, yellow.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
And then the green, the green are at least new and clean but then next to the orange columns and the blue and the yellow, it's like, oh my God. In Hungarian, we say ungapachka.
But I'm huge fan of that, because again, like I said, every time we hire staff on, that's more of our stock that's gone, and then, it's something to do, so we're harmless, it's all I fit, so, but I would love that, yeah.
It's right, if there's a way that you can provide some options and say, look, we got an RD and something that I think would be over time, something that I think would, I think as we have different things go in, if we do them one at a time without that long-term kind of vision, in the same way that a interior designer would look at me, will this look the same as the wall? I don't know. Right. So if we've got, this type here, these other materials, someone who is an interior designer, like, what did you guys do? Like, if no one, say 12 different people work on it, I would just love to, again, if we needed to bring the interior designer on and be like, hey, does everything seem like it's coherent in a way that it would be done at some area?
And that's perfect. We can talk, you and I have talked merch and everything else, and they can bring down. We have to have, we just have to have look. And it's not, I'm not hating on it, but so there's logo, that they did, and I think there's a lot that can be done to kind of up that, and I think that in and of itself is going to add a lot of value and kind of up the level of what you guys are looking for.
Yeah.
But yeah, we've got a lot of projects that have something to constantly refer back to. And basically say, here's fonts to use, here's this to use, it's gonna help us a lot, and I think it'll cut down on time as well.
Yeah.
One more question, now that, are moving forward and it's way out in the future, we're out of here next month, right?
Yes,
We're in.
We'll be in Philadelphia.
Right, next month. Is it something that you can also start tinkering with, putting your plans on? I know we talked about stores.
Yeah.
And, is there, what would that look like? What would you need? That's kind of the third and last revenue piece.
Right.
If we were to put that in place, and it seems like we put it in place, it has done fantastic. Number two, it's got a green light on it. If we could get number three somewhere into the deck for maybe early, 2027, spring, whatever we could, do, or if that were to go in when the pool's going, or something like that. I don't know if that's too early, but if we start looking at those options and how would we lay out stuff and what would we need?
We want multiple for folks. I know we had talked about kind of doing a non-expensive, but a general kind of lobby refresh to make it a bit more hang out, chill, kind of, enjoy and maybe do a merch section. And then you want some proposals for that and then also some completely separate to show the bigger.
I think what I noticed is I think utilizing this space is the lowest cost way to be able to start accepting more money and make it work.
Right.
So once the bar is done, and Greg moves all of that stuff from the barn to there, he's got that giant beer cooler over there that I don't know if he's gonna need it over here or not, but he's gonna have space over there to have a merchandise area over there.
I think mine would be like paper towels, toilet paper, soda streams, chips, noodles, peanut butter jelly, like stuff that people are walking a mile down to 7-Eleven to go get when we could be like, hey, we're open till 10. And I don't think we need, I think in that capacity, if we could tiptoe in and leverage some of the space and be like, what worked, what didn't, how do we find that first step, then hopefully that one we can figure out if we want another addition or other buildings, or things like that.
Like that. A beer cooler, if he's not gonna need to utilize that into this new space, I mean, that's bread, eggs, milk, eggs, cheese, coffee, creamer.
You can have various types of merch. You could have something more resort specific.
And then he could build out that wall where I wanted those floating shelves with souvenir merchandise. Obviously, all the cups would move probably from there to here, or a lot of them.
We have some time on it, but I think if the branding team came in or graphic designers or maybe someone that's low volume interior designer would be like, hey, if these things are starting to happen, I think that could be fantastic.
Yeah.
How we make that work, still make everything like sharp as always, like just add it way out at the end of the list as something that's coming up that we most likely.
Branding consultant.
No, I think you should have that, and I would love to pair with you, like, I know that's your, that's your baby right there. So I would love to pair with that. I think it's gonna do huge things. Again, this space in general, where people come in, I think it's a little, it makes a little stiff too. And I think if you have just a really great, you have a lot of people that come in here that can't check for their houses yet. And they just feel like, where am I supposed to go? And just have a place where it's like, man, I just want to name here, and then you naturally go out here.
Instead of on her back patio.
Right. Yeah.
No, she came back to her house, and the people who had rented next door couldn't get in until 4 o'clock, and she came home, and there was a whole family lounging around her pool in her back.
No, they were on my front porch. They were on my, I have a Mickey Mouse wooden bench out front there. They got their laptop, shoes kicked all over in front of my front door, sitting on my trash bin.
Oh my.
So if I bring some people in, would you be able to?
And you need to be able to have signage that says hourly rental rate.
Yeah. Hey, for you two, so when we get the branding consultant, you're still going to give visions, ideas, directions, and then they would just take that and then, put the last.
I'd like to also throw into the mix, because I think that those banners that we have up on the boulevard. I think it's really important that, and that's a really low cost, but highly visible thing for us to do seasonally, because we don't have our branding in order. And I kind of stopped focusing on that. But if we're gonna be hiring a design team, I think it's really important to just kind of throw that to them and get something that's cohesive.
I love being able to switch it out seasonally. That would be fantastic.
100%. Like we have one that's static, that is just Solterra branded, and every other one is about the season.
Yeah.
And that's what it needs to be.
Last thing for you, how do we win Artemis Resort of the Year? What do we have to do?
Well, we did win a prize.
So Resort of the Year was not even categories. Yeah, so Resort of the Year was not a category this time, but, you know.
What was it that we won for? Community beautification.
Yeah.
Well, what is the, you guys have the biggest one that you get? We want that.
I mean, you're winning every year. I think Innovator was the big one that you won the year before. That was pretty big. And then beautification, again, they just, all the directors drive for all the communities and they just kind of see what they see, but I will make a suggestion to them that they Resort of the Year.
Resort of the Year.
That's
2026.
How often that we can. Slip it under to us, but,
We would love
Okay,
something to be able
can
to
I,
put
can
on
I
the
just,
website.
can I just add to that?
Oh, yeah.
I really think that adding the health and wellness, the orchard, the category of the menu will really help us on the innovator side, because I don't think anybody else is doing it.
well, and again, I mean, to.
In the short term.
The Brian's point, once we come to board, that's when I think you start going out and you start going to a lot of the other publications. Because again, an Artemis Award is an Artemis Award, and we're gonna go, oh, you got it, you're in it. We want to go to other publications, we're gonna start getting those, we want to, we want people coming in and saying, hey, I want to interview your, your board members or somebody, in a podcast to find out how you did it, where you're at, So I think that's when we start getting into that realm. And then you're really trying to get out there and compete, however you can, best conceit, best this, wherever you can,
Right.
Starting some real awards, I love these, but at the end of the day.
It's already missed.
You get people that'll message and be like, that was an inside job.
But it'd be really great, because that's something that we can push out too, to say, hey, we won these awards. And I also want to throw out there the idea of the love locks.
Oh, yeah.
The love lock fence. I think that's also another thing that, maybe back in the sanctuary, the love locks that they have on jail. Right. So if we did that here, it would give people a reason to come back, maybe to get engaged here, maybe to, come back every year and relive that moment and, or show their kids that, this is where it started or something like that, I think that gives people a reason to come back.
Yeah, and that's a whole lot better than painting your initial line turtle. All right.
So board just.
A real turtle. Tortoise. It's funny.
No, we're gonna get it done. I'm gonna take a motion to rearrange the agenda, placing the public hearings after general manager updates. We are gonna be losing quorum at 2 p.m. Supervisor, I'm gonna have to leave. Let me take a motion for that.
A motion.
Motion from Supervisor Byrd, second from Supervisor Hyman. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. All right. All right, so, I'm sorry, Joe, you were good, right? Nothing? Okay.
Yeah, once everybody else.
All right, so we're gonna skip past, staff reports. We're gonna skip past meeting minutes
That's awesome.
and, gratifications. We're gonna skip financial audits. And, all right, we are jumping down to tab 13. Yep, all right, we're jumping down to tab 13. We have public hearing for 26-27 final budget, consideration of resolution 26-18. Legal?
Yeah, so we'll just do it.
What page are we on?
We're on tab 13 right now.
Well, mine died and I got another one and I don't have the tabs on here. So
It is page, you could see it better than me, probably 141.
141.
141 starts resolution 2618. And we take, be taking a motion to open the public hearing when ready. Motion from Supervisor Murphy.
Second.
Second from Supervisor Winker. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. All right, your public hearing is open now, in relation to the, adopted budget, approved proposed budget, my apologies. Any comments from the public? Give everybody a minute here. All right, not hearing any comments at this time. I'd be looking for a motion to close the public hearing when ready.
Motion.
All right. Do I have a second? Second from Supervisor Hyman. All in favor? Opposed? All right, motion carries. Okay. Anything to review on the resolution for?
Nope.
Okay. All right, so, board, if you recall, our approved proposed budget was a not to exceed amount, right? So we set, in the event that we could not reach negotiations with certain contracts, we set a not to exceed, which everybody got a notice in the mail showing a potential increase of the following. Roughly 6.8%. Now, I've spoken to Supervisor Boissard. We have come to an agreement with the new hybrid system for security. So that budget line item, bear with me while my technical difficulties are being worked on here. Bear with me. All right, so for security, we are bringing this back down to 310. Originally, we had it at 300. Supervisor Boissard has requested a $10,000 contingency just in the event that we need additional staffing, which is a very fair compromise. In addition to bringing that line item down to 310, we will have an additional cost for, throughout our amenity services, with a rough total of, bear with me. All right, total dollar amount is gonna be 10,050 plus 26,966.80. So we're gonna have, an additional $37,016.80. So what that means is, I will go through the budget. I could either do this right now with you, or you can direct me to basically, because our goal, to remind you, is to keep assessments flat. So I could go through the budget, take out some of the, padding that we put in certain line items, and allocate essentially this $47,016.80. I will tell you now that we're starting to get closer to the end of the fiscal year, and we now have some tangible final numbers for the food and beverage. I'm also taking that revenue into consideration. So even if we needed to allocate the 47,000 straight from our food and beverage profits, that is something that we could totally do. And again, I feel very confident. There's also, so these are our revenue streams, right? So last year, we were setting your revenue streams to your actuals based on what it was, because they used, your previous management had you at line 12 at 650, I believe. So we try to get that a little truer to what we were actually producing. Those numbers have also been improving with the help of Artemis's oversight. So again, our revenue, if we account for additional revenue, that takes away from the assessment that the resident would have to increase. So even if your expenditures went up, if your revenue also went up, then they would offset. So again, I feel very confident as your district manager overseeing the finances that we have what we need to keep assessments flat.
Yeah, I think that's what we need to do.
Okay.
100%.
So if that's the goal, then, either, like I said, I can do that right now, which will just take a little bit of time, or I can have my not to exceed amount and rearrange the budget as needed. What would you like to do?
think we should do the not to exceed, and like you are fully aware of what all of our goals are.
Yes.
I'm also in favor of the not to exceed.
All right, so currently, let me do this right now.
And so then we can convey to the homeowners that there will not be a $253 assessment.
That's right.
Yay.
Yeah. Let me do this actually. This. Bear with me, feel free to discuss amongst yourselves.
And you're getting that, and you're able to see where it's something.
I'm comfortable, yeah, see what I'm showing, downstairs.
Oh, yeah.
We put from. All right.
How expensive would that be to have it?
No, I'm okay, thank you, Deanna.
Just like, once a quarter or something like that, or even once every 6 months.
Yeah, this office, get a man of students. Yeah, so we can figure it out.
Just to have, because we did that once before, it was when you guys first came, which was really nice. It was well attended, and I think it would be nice for camaraderie, and, you know, we could shout about, you know, like, posters on this, what's coming in, this is what we're doing. This is, you know, your CDDs have not changed.
The best. And now obviously, they're also HOAs, admits to their kinds of.
We could do it together, right? When we do it and split it, doesn't need to be 2 different events. We're all the same for most things.
We all continue.
Because you don't have enough to do, and I keep going.
I can definitely shake you. Yeah, that's stuff. So.
Yeah.
Don't you?
All right. So,
Should we throw the show?
just reviewing real quick, as you can see, this is, so assessments are set at 0 right now, so your not to exceed is going to be this total collection cost of $3,650,413.98. Again, reflecting $0. So.
We just stop on it and then say that one more time, so.
No increases.
No increase.
No increases. No increases for fiscal year 26-27. A credit to your board of supervisors. Again, this was always the goal, so everybody online, please take into consideration, they just set a not to exceed as a contingency, but thankfully, Supervisor Boissard, thank you for your involvement as well for the negotiations of security. And, yeah, the sky's the limit. All right. Any questions? The budget hasn't changed since we went through it in depth for the approved proposed budget. In terms of, what we originally planned for contracted amounts, so on and so forth. Again, we just reduced that price. And then there's been some allocated, the 37 that I have disclosed for amenity services. Apart from that, I'd be open to any comments, feedback, okay? So,
Thank you.
yeah.
District manager.
Yeah, of course, you know, seriously. What are you looking for? Just approval of the resolution?
Yep, the budget as amended, and with that approved that resolution.
So be looking for a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
I will second that.
All right, seconded by Supervisor Hyam, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, adopting resolution 2026-18 with the amended budget. And then jumping into, the resolution 26-19.
So we have public hearing, so motion to open the public.
Motion to open public hearing.
Very good. For imposing of special assessments, from Supervisor Hyam, seconded by
Karen.
Supervisor Winker, all in favor? Opposed, motion carries, okay.
Can you update me on what page you're on?
We should be on the page, what is this, tab 14? Is this tab?
163.
163, yeah. And, right now, the public hearing is open for comments on resolution 26-19. Anybody of the public? All right, hearing none, I'd be looking for a motion to close the public hearing when ready.
Motion to close public hearing.
All right, from Supervisor Miller.
Second.
Supervisor Heim, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries, okay. Back to you, Supervisor.
No real comments on this. This just levies the assessments for this year's budget on the homes within the district, but I'm happy to answer any questions. This is the same form of resolution you evaluate every year.
There are no comments. You looking for a motion to adopt resolution 2026-19?
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution 2026-19.
Very good.
I'll second.
Second, Supervisor Murr. Thank you, Don.
Oh, I didn't hear Brian, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed. Motion carries, very good. Okay.
Our third and final public hearing is on our amended amenity policies. So that's just an overview before we go into the public hearing. These amenity policies, the changes just incorporate new rules for the turf area and lawn games. Just, you need to have shoes on, please no blacks, no pets, be respectful. If there's a long line, please do not hog the games. These are standard rules that we have here.
So do you want to establish time limits on the games? Like,
I believe we've included, get that.
codes of behavior, codes of dress,
Yes, let me.
not just the shoes, but
Revised amenity rules and policies, here we are.
What page is that?
It starts on 189.
what's the tab?
It's 214 is where these actual rules are,
Tab 15.
Tab 15.
but it's page 214 is where the turf area and rec game starts. So first rule is pleasure and risk. We have this for all of the different amenities at Solterra. First come basis, yard games are available for use by patrons and guests on a first come, first served basis. When other players are waiting, max use is an hour. So if there's a long line for mini golf or putt, whatever we're going to call it, if there's a long line, you can't play it for 3 hours, you need to share. Attire, so all players, patrons, guests should be dressed in appropriate attire, including shoes at all times. This is similar language to what we have in place previously for playground. Use of the turf area is for playing and observing the yard games only. The turf area is not for other play, use, or purpose. So, and then it defines what the yard games include. This is bocce ball, mini golf, yard chess, horseshoes. Is there anything else that's going to be in there?
So I see.
Horseshoes, are we going to actually have metal horseshoes that people are tossing around?
We're trying to use rubber. Rubber coating, yeah, and it will be sapped.
Okay.
So just if there are behavioral issues, then we'll jump on it.
I see there's a reference to furniture, no furniture other than benches already provided. Then I see, skateboard, no bicycle, scooter, skateboards, rollerblades, blah, 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 blah. Because it's turf grass, are we gonna allow people to take infant strollers on it? Is that a consideration, a concern?
Do you have any concern about any type of?
Strollers and wagons and stuff like that?
I don't know the impact on turf. I would refer to Joe. Are you fine if there's like strollers or the wagons that the people pull their kids in going onto the turf areas?
I'll talk with PNF, my own experience with turf and how they're doing it, and they're doing the crush shell. I'm not super concerned about it.
Okay.
I don't want to drag into some metal.
Can we throw in something about no littering? Because people have a tendency to throw garbage around, and that would be very detrimental to the turf, especially if it rains. So if somebody is caught throwing their bottle down or throwing napkins down on the ground, that's reason for
Removal.
removal.
Can you follow up with them about, strollers and stroller wagons and things? And if there are any concerns or contraindications, can that be made and added?
We can, I'll include something in here that, district staff has the ability, at recommendation.
Reserves the right.
To add additional wheeled vehicles being on a banned list.
Okay.
Well, you've got cleanup here, but
We don't still get into the stroller parking outside. Yeah, it's not that.
Or, yeah, or maybe, yeah, just not.
A sign that says stroller parking right next to it.
Yes, just get it up.
is there? Let's see.
We can take some of those pavers that we have and put them in between them ugly
Yeah.
trees and create stroller parking. And not even go there.
Just say no strollers and wagons inside.
We could probably have a waiver, I mean, because if somebody needs, if the child needs to be.
For like a handicap
Yeah.
reason or medical
You can
reason.
waive the form, same as we would do for design.
Okay.
Yeah, we're doing bocce, right?
Yes.
Oh,
It's under number 4, it's in the last sentence. Number
okay.
4.
Okay, bocce.
Is that encompassing everything that's going on out there? There are other things?
I
you
think
wanted
there are
to do?
4 picnic tables out there.
Or making the umbrellas. Yeah, and then
Wow.
we'll get everything.
Brian already doesn't recognize this place.
Just wait, oh, when is it gonna be done? I know it's hard with the rain. People keep asking, why is it taking so long? Like, hello? You know, it's the
There's a
rain.
lot of opportunity for everything to really get pat down, so it's really good.
It's trucks where they're, I think the other thing too is BNF is gonna provide some full maintenance plans, so that will kind of pull that in with both janitorial and maintenance to make sure we're maintaining the turf, pressure washing at certain intervals.
A lot of people in here.
Love that.
No idea.
Keep it fresh.
I have no idea, so they don't.
Talk about everything you got in mind.
Okay, so no strollers or stroller wagons
Unless needed for.
Unless a waiver, yeah. What else do we
I
have?
said revise for there to be, food to be allowed on picnic tables, if I heard the board correctly, but it require any type of cleanup to go into the.
There should be a trash can
Yeah.
next to each picnic table for sure.
So food in designated areas, which would be picnic tables, not.
Yep,
We have anything in there about
Okay.
glass?
yes, glass is not, glass is not.
You have, dress code essentially.
We include friends,
Then you need shoes on.
Shoes, but I think there should be,
Anything on speakers?
we have, the volume of live or recorded music must not violate applicable noise ordinances or unreasonably interfere with the residents' enjoyment of their home. So if something.
can we be specific about things like no pants below the underwear waistline thing? No, can we do that? I mean, no butt showing. I mean, it's sad that we have to say that, but no butts or private parts, because there are children.
I don't disagree with that.
But
You run it.
Play professional volleyball with their wearing, it's all out.
No, it's not all. No,
Some of them, I feel like.
no, I've seen things.
We couldn't,
I like volleyball on TV, they're.
They're not wearing, well,
Anyway,
because you're looking at the girls' butt.
family.
I'm thinking about the guys' butts. I don't want to see them.
If you do some sort of a cubby type thing off of the volleyball, for people to place their shoes when they're doing,
if the board wants to.
is that something you can do?
Oh, yeah, put a shoe keeper thing in.
Yeah, something I was thinking about.
Well, we should recommend, because I don't know what kind of sand we're using, but there are different types of sand. There are cooler sands and hot as hell sand.
This is cooler, yeah.
This is the cooler, and even the cooler is hot as hell. But, but still, I think it has silicone in it or something.
It does, and you need a lot more sand.
Yeah,
Still on.
yeah.
So are there any other changes that you all want to these rules before we do the public hearing? Okay, so we've gone through that, now we just need a motion to open the public hearing.
Motion.
Second,
Sorry.
all in favor?
Alright.
Any public comments from the people on team?
Anybody?
Motion to close?
Motion from Supervisor Hines,
Yes.
Second,
Second.
second from Supervisor Merge.
all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, we've already discussed the rules. I will incorporate all of the revisions we just discussed. So what we would be looking for now is a motion to approve the amended rules as revised during discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the amended rules as per our discussion. Second.
Second from Supervisor Winker, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, thank you, Bobby.
Good, we got through that.
And three of us. All right, so we're gonna go back into the agenda. Let's see. And back to, district council reports.
So just really quickly, we did send out a end of session legislative newsletter in July. I know we had previously talked about a lot of these things, but just so the board knows, things that are now in effect, community development districts, the recall bill that we talked about, where supervisors can be recalled if they are elected through the general election process. Keep in mind, an individual must serve at least a quarter of their term before they are subject to this recall, and no one elected by landowner elections is subject to recall. Another big one that's impacting special districts is electronic payments. It is now required that local governments accept electronic payments, whether that's credit card, ACH, that's online on the website. A couple things that got vetoed that we were a little surprised by. Number one would be the e-bike bill. So that got passed with unanimous support. Its goal was to create new restrictions on how they can be used, especially around pedestrians on walkways. It also created a task force to make recommendations to the legislature of how can we kind of fix e-bike usage. The governor actually ended up vetoing it. Fully anticipate it being brought back up this upcoming session next spring. It's been a really big issue, especially this summer, especially at all of our districts. So fully anticipate that coming back up. The other one that got vetoed that was a little shocking was the sovereign immunity bill. If you remember during the session, we talked about how both Republicans and Democrats were working together to raise the liability limits of local governments. We discussed it could have potentially impacted our insurance rates because the district would have a higher level of liability now under sovereign immunity. The governor also vetoed that. I do expect that to also be brought back up next session because of how supported it was from both parties and both chambers. So we'll see if it's a priority of our new governor and new leadership in the House and Senate, but we will go from there and just keep that in mind going into next session, but no change for this year, which is good for our insurance carrier.
And the CDD vote out law happened, right?
Yeah, it's now in effect.
So awesome, we can get.
What is that?
So there's the recall bill that got passed. Residents of a community development district can now file a petition and go through a pretty lengthy process to have a recall election on any sitting supervisor that fulfills two things. Number one, they had to be elected through a general election process, so no landowner seats. Number two, they have to have served at least 1/4 of their term, and that resets every time you're reelected or there's an election. So this fall, for example, right now your seat is up, so if you're reelected, they'll have to wait a whole another year before they're able to recall you. So you have to serve a quarter of your term, but it is a pretty lengthy process. There's multiple different petition requirements and signature requirements that you have to get from individuals within the community. I'm interested to see if it's taken advantage of.
Before this passed, CDD board members were.
The governor had to remove you. The governor had to remove you.
The governor had to say, no, you're out.
Yes.
And that was the only way.
That was the only way.
Yeah.
And so this was in response to some, a couple CDD issues that happened over in Osceola County. The bill was sponsored by representatives from that area. It was very supported as well. Both sides of the aisle supported it. It mimics the recall procedures for cities and counties. So just south of here in Avon Park, and Highlands County actually just went through this process. The judge found that the petitions were not to the level required under the statute, but it does happen. And I think that was a good kind of, if you want to read about how that process works, you can, because it just happened. It just ended about a week ago. But this is there was not something like this before for CDD. So as of right now, we haven't had any districts take advantage of this yet, or residents, or I'm waiting to see if it does. Cause I just want to see how it plays out. And just
Super interesting, great, because they're gonna, everyone on your best behavior.
You got something really bad for.
Or somebody really doesn't like.
Yeah.
The other item I want to talk about is the Villatel agreement for use of their facilities. There's just two items that I wanted to bring to the board's attention. We're on page 27 now, under number 3, future meeting date. So just so you know, in this agreement, Villatel has the right to decline any requested future meeting date based on availability or operational need. So just so you know, if Villatel is not available, a board meeting will need to be rescheduled back to the clubhouse. And so we may just have to run an extra ad for that. Just keep in mind, wanted to let the board know that. The other item is on page 28.
How far in advance can we book those out?
Right now, the agreement has all of next fiscal years and the rest of this fiscal year.
Especially if we're 18 months out. Yeah. Oh, okay. So
Okay. Just, we wanted to let you know in case they decided to cancel on us, we would have to run another ad.
can they cancel on us last minute, like we sold the whole thing out, so you guys are out, or are we locked into those 18?
It's my understanding that it never happens again. They have so many different brands available to us. There's 8. And so, and every one of them are bigger than us, so.
So our
It's a good relationship.
We'll be at
And
the,
Villatel.
Nice.
then the
Wonderful.
other thing I want to bring,
Parking's not an issue.
and apparently they have carpet, so the staff, who staff feel better. So
Yeah,
it'd make easier for people online to hear as well.
yeah.
The other thing I wanted to bring to the board's attention is this agreement does require the district to have any third-party vendor carry at a minimum of not less than $1 million in general liability insurance per occurrence, $2 million in aggregate. That is our standard insurance provisions, but just wanted to let the board know in case we have a vendor pushback on that. We may not need.
A vendor that is attending the meeting, or a vendor that
It
is,
says any third-party vendor,
so if we get like food, and someone's like, I'll cater for food, that would be a vendor?
any third-party vendor.
But not attendees.
Not attendees, any third-party vendor. So landscaping, the pool person, et cetera. That, again, that is your
But they're
standard.
attendees. They're not coming to vend, to do work there. They're coming to speak as attendees. I think that might be the difference. I think what they're talking about is the vendor who's actually going there to do work, like a catering.
The way they've drafted it makes it seem like,
Can you clarify?
I can clarify, yes, absolutely. So basically, those are just the two things we wanted to bring to your attention. There's a couple changes we're incorporating, including our public records provision, making sure they have the right contact information for Rosetta, and referencing, the sovereign immunity.
I think most of our vendors do carry that kind of
They do.
insurance.
They
But,
do.
right, but if somebody comes talking about printing banners, they may not.
Right. So we'll, I'll discuss that with them, and otherwise we'll get all these changes, get it executed. We'll have the meeting dates included for the rest of this fiscal year, so September, and then all of fiscal year 27, which is October through next.
Okay.
Otherwise, unless there's any comments, we would just look for a motion to approve in substantial form.
Approved, or whatever, you know.
My motion was Supervisor Hurd, second by Supervisor Hyman, all in favor? Oh, was it? Oh, I apologize. No, let me get it right.
You got first.
All right. Supervisor Winter, second by Supervisor Hyman, all in favor? Bob, you still with us? You're in favor? Villatel
Bobby?
agreement as revised?
I'm
Bobby,
okay.
read it.
There it is. All right. Thanks, Bobby.
I forgot to hit the
Alright.
mute button.
Insubstantial. Insubstantial. Okay. And then, do you want me to review, okay. We're coming in. All right, so last meeting, we reviewed, the RFQ request from the board. The board requested that I go through the proposal and break down, what the cost would be for each option. So bear with me. Let me bring this over so I can see that I come down. All right, so.
It's a little more brisk. Or. I don't.
Like Tahoe.
I don't think you're gonna.
Yeah, it's a cold one.
All right, cool. So. This one needs the breakdown. All right, so the board was presented with a couple of options in the last meeting. That's okay.
Yeah.
We're towards the tail end. So our budget for the year is 60,000. Our actual as of June, we're performing at $70,132. One thing that I wanted to bring to the board's attention is, so within the scope, obviously you would, within a scope, you're eligible for like your regular, meeting contracts, like preparation for meetings and some of the options that council presented. Outside of that would be RFPs, emails from the board, direction from the board, calls, things of that nature. I just wanted to bring to your attention that, the board did, incur $27,875.38 of like additional charges, right? So like that was a request to review with bond counsel. That was a request for legal to go and talk to like the cell tower and all the RFPs, all of those things. So that kind of highlights like where we're actually at year to date. So I would say you would subtract that number by the 70,000 to actually give you a estimated cost of where you would be if we were just in maintenance level. Okay. So out of the four options that you got, this was the breakdown. So bear with me. Option A is basically what my understanding was what we currently have, right? Like, so this is basically like, your cost as like, you're just going, right? Hourly cost. Apologies, I did have a breakdown. Let me make it a little easier. Bear with me. All right. So option A is your traditional hourly billing. Option B is a flat fee for virtual meetings, and this would include meeting prep. So option B, reviewing all of the invoices year to date, option B was actually your most cost effective in comparison to our actual charges. And I ran this, so there's two prices for option B. So the flat fee would be $1,500 for virtual meetings. And then rates in person would be 2,000. So depending on the month, legal had informed us like for adopted budgets, they probably want to be present. So some meetings throughout the year, it would be at that 2,000 versus the 1,500. But for this exercise, I just ran it through the 1,500. So option B, flat meeting fee. Do you want to kind of give an overlook of like what that would be included?
Yes, so the flat fee under option B, that is attending the meeting, whether that's virtually or in person. Like Brian said, there are a few meetings throughout the year that council would like to be present for, especially when there's public hearings in case there's a challenge or if there's a really heavy legal issue. So if an event in the district was in active litigation, we may need to be here in person. If we have someone that wants to challenge an assessment, we want to be here in person, things like that. It would include our meeting preparation to attend. So reviewing the agenda, calling and we have with Brian to go through the agenda and any concerns. Otherwise, other work, so drafting contracts, RFPs are.
Very good. And then option C is an adjusted scope with district manager to essentially like lead, the communications and so on. And anything above $1,000 needed to come before the board and approve.
I will say this is that number C. I have another district that has lots going on, and it has helped significantly get things under control. And it helps focus the board on, okay, what do we really want to use legal for? So just wanted to get that anecdote for you all. For you.
Yeah, and option C is good because again, it would put a limit, but again, for the purpose of this exercise, I have to go through and you approved all of these expenses. So even though it shows the, the current price, you'd be at the 70,000. That would be because you approved all of these things. In a hypothetical, if you limited it, again, you would be able to control it and just add a little bit more parameters. Option B is your basically flat fee. So the flat fee, you had two options. Right, there's 3,594.
Yes.
Yes. And I personally, reviewing all of your options, I did favor option D. Just because it included your meetings, it included like their budget reviews, it included contracts. So after every meeting, usually legal puts together a lot of contracts for the services that have been approved. And then the separate costs will just be for extraordinary measures, which was like the RFP, bond council discussion.
Cell tower, liquor license,
Mhm.
rulemaking.
The extraordinary.
Right.
The extraordinary.
So what? We pretty much RFP'd everyone by now, so we shouldn't have to do that for a long time. But.
Fingers crossed.
Well, yeah, so I think most of that is behind us, but what would you estimate the legal cost of an RFP to roughly be?
Depends on the complexity of the RFP, to be honest with you.
But like a range.
Debbie, if it's a landscaping RFP where your district management company and your landscape professionals are largely handling it, then what we typically do is just write a contract and give it to them and we don't get involved. So it could be very nominal in terms of, that type of routine maintenance RFP.
Well, you have to draft the document that then gets submitted and posted in the places and et cetera, and there's a cost to do that, so I'm just like, what would you?
Typically, with Rosetta, they are very good about actually drafting the RFP documents themselves, typically. And so what we oftentimes do with them is simply provide the form of contract that the vendors would be held to include in their RFP package. And that is not much time. Now that you've got district management that we can work with that way.
5,000.
It'll be based on your hourly, right?
It'd be based on the hourly.
Right.
Sorry.
And Debbie, for a form of agreement, that would take, let's say that takes maximum an hour and a half. It's less than $1,000 for a form of agreement.
Okay, all right. Well, I'm kind of leaning with Brian on option B.
Is that the one if the money was coming out of your personal bank account, which one would you pick?
So.
I feel like it's best for you.
Yeah, so in terms of options, knowing where we're going in the future, I think the most obvious option is option B, because your meetings are gonna be included. And then it's just up to us in terms of board and district staff to mitigate the expenses. Option B is gonna give you more control of the expenses. And then I would also like to see, if we wanted to go with option B, also include the contingency of option C, where anything over $1,000 would still have to come for approval.
So is the rule still that supervisors go through you as opposed to going directly to vendors such as legal or, or engineering or anything like that, right?
That could be the idea.
So you're still the funnel, you're the gatekeeper. And so you'll determine what's important enough to incur the expenses. So you don't need us reaching out to you directly and boom, the meter starts, right? So go through.
I think all communications should go through district management.
Right, and that's
District management needs to defer to legal, then you can defer to legal.
That's right.
Instead of, yeah.
Right, and it's not just legal, FYI, so any of our vendors, a lot of our vendors start start tallying up the moment their phone rings and it's
That's right.
one of us at the other end. So everything should. Right, and these gentlemen will know what needs to go forward. And it's also important, I think, that they're the gatekeepers. They're the gatekeepers, not just from a dollar cost perspective, but also what's going on. Who is asking what vendor what? So I think that it should be more enforced. I know it's already a rule, but it should be enforced.
And to be honest, that's my preference and Mary's preference. Brian and Joe really need to call us.
Right.
Joe had to call me a month or two ago because the slide broke and he's like, do we need to, like, what's the liability here? What do we need to do? Happy to advise on that. But Brian and Joe, they're both good about, if this needs legal, this doesn't need legal.
Right.
If there is a contractual issue that you have concerns that you're not comfortable going to Brian or Joe, such as an issue with Rosetta's contract or Artemis's contract, then obviously please reach out.
Well, if it's about Artemis's contract, we'll go to, right, and vice versa. But, just, if we could make it clear to our vendors, yourself included, of course, that if somebody does call you off the cuff, instead of, hitting the button and starting a meter, just say, I have to refer you to district council or to district management or to Artemis and let them call them. I just think that that's.
The board's gotten really pretty good at that.
Okay.
Now that
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, it's just a thing,
Right, so two quick questions. One, moving forward, I think we will be doing maybe more building, like the area out there, if other stuff goes in. So there, I still think there probably will be contracts that are coming in for new stuff. So knowing that, that's kind of our intention on how do we continue to add more. You said the first time you picked option B, and then you said option B the second time. So with the element of option C. So I just want to clarify, which one, knowing that we're going to continue to build, would you recommend?
So the reason why I personally liked option B is because it included pretty much like everything that we do. And
D is in Delta.
D is in Delta. Originally, D is in Delta because it's a fixed cost, one fixed cost.
And it's a combination of B and C. So it's your fixed cost for your monthly and all of your follow-up, and then if there's a special project, like the cell tower, the liquor license, the whole board has to agree and vote and say, yes, legal is getting engaged in this very big special project.
Okay, great.
Now, to clarify why I am recommending option B is because option B, as you can see on the metric, it's the most affordable option in the sense of it's gonna include all the meeting preps that are really a big portion of our expenses. And we're still going, it gives us more control to limit, right? If you have a fixed cost, you're gonna automatically, I believe it was $42,000 for the year that you're going to be guaranteed to spend. It was $3,500 to go. So option B is gonna put the onus on you though, as the board of supervisors and district staff, to control the expense. Legal is no longer, liable for just uninsured expenses because you're gonna be setting a not to exceed threshold. And you have all your meetings covered. So then at that point, if people are calling Savannah, calling Meredith, asking about this, asking about that, your expenses are gonna go up, if we wanna be with B. If you overuse B, you're gonna pretty much be where we're going.
Okay.
But if you limit it, which we're in a position now, like you said, we're starting to reach into maintenance. Staff has a good pulse on what we're doing. Board is working very well together. I don't see option B being an issue and it gives us more control to limit the expenditures. So I like option B in terms of recommendation and these are my.
With the $1,000 limit.
With the $1,000 limit.
So the option B with the $1,000 limit, you do realize it's option D.
Well, no, so in terms of anything, so option B basically just covers your meetings.
Yeah.
And then anything over 1,000, because option B is 1,500, the fixed cost, anything over 1,000 still has to come before the board.
Yeah, anything over 1,000, now keep in mind option B, any follow-up work, like your simple contracts, like if we're doing a construction contract with a bar out there, that is not included in that flat fee. So follow-up work will all be done at an hourly rate. If it's a follow-up work that's gonna exceed $1,000, then that would have to be voted on. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And then it gives you that
Still
control.
think that's good.
It does.
Because you're really the one working with it, not us.
Well, it gives you that control because we gotta ask ourselves, how many of these bar projects are we gonna do next year? I don't think a lot, right? Like, I think at most maybe 3.
The
So,
orchard, that's it.
it, you know,
Splash pad, the orchard, basketball, court,
And to be
sanctuary.
honest, those agreements, unless they're, I mean, we'll have to see what the costs are, but I've done some swap packs this year and they don't hit the threshold for a public bid. So it just depends on how big you're gonna do it, and in that case, it'll just be solid draft year. Sure.
And the other is landscaping, basically, and I guess essentially, I don't think any of those things are big ticket items, no. So,
it gives you more control. It's, so again, my actual professional recommendation, if you want to control expenses, option B with the revisions to include the not to exceed of 1,000, anything over 1,000, the board has to approve legally.
Right.
So I don't think our, based solely on expenses, I think it was what was optimal for Solterra with. We just brought a lot of things, being like, let's get it in control and let's get it to where it's working the best for Solterra. So I think that was the goal of this, was to be like, we've revisited everything else. This was the last one on the list. So knowing that, it isn't necessarily the budget, it's, you still want to continue to grow, there's still projects we want to do. You think D is the best, or D with just flat rate and keep going?
I think B for where we're at is the best, and then in the event, let's say we're outperforming, then maybe we could